steady low case number in Toronto's first weekend of stage 3. She says the pandemic
Train load of girls, train load of girls, train load of girls, train load of girls. Running around the world, don't know your heart. Tell you what's better is in any weather. It's getting kind of like leather.
The city won't see an uptick in COVID-19. These increases don't happen overnight. It can take up to 14 days to develop symptoms after being exposed to the virus, and then testing needs to be done before the positive results are then reported public health and reflected in our numbers. This is why it is critical that we keep monitoring our numbers closely over the next few weeks to see how our reopening is impacting virus spread. But Davila also noted there is certainly more energy and more.
Did the virus go viral?
Live, Madison Fitzpatrick, 680 News.
680
News time, 8:36. If you're dining out, the city's new rules require that you provide contact information for contact tracing. But former Privacy Commissioner Anne Kavukinian says the system is fraught with problems. He may have sent
it's not that hard. Even if we're not pronouncing it correctly, it's not that hard. On the list of hard names. Venden
Under the
Turco.
city's new rules, restaurants have to maintain the records for at least a month. But there is no information on how to properly dispose of it. One of the province's leading privacy experts says there are valid reasons.
The 1872 Innkeeper's Act says when you go to the hotel, they're required to provide for your horses. They have to give water and feed for your horses. I'm not joking. But the Amish don't come to the hotels for
Just staying in business these days. Make it easier for them. The old spaghetti factory does happen to have access to a shredder. For the most part, they say customers have complied with the new rules. Still, though, experts say it shouldn't be an either-or situation, and the matter should be served in a privacy-protected way.
You can't put the enforcement on the hands of the people that need the money.
Anonymously
You
alert
can't. It
people
doesn't
in
work.
close contact with COVID
Why do you think
patients.
the pharmacists are supplying they're the plugs, and then the doctors are the dealers? The reason why is because they both need the money at those levels.
Becomes available. This as the province reports another day of fewer than 100 new cases. The province also reporting a drop in the number of people being treated for the virus in hospital. 680's Roman Qureshi has the latest.
There's no vaccine for COVID-19 yet, but with several companies around the world working on it, Federal Procurement Minister Anita
There's no
says
proof
they
of
make deals
Bigfoot
with two major pharma companies who are getting close.
These agreements with Moderna and Pfizer are indicative of our aggressive approach to secure access to vaccine candidates now, so that Canadians are at the front of the line when a vaccine becomes available.
And I won't say how much this is costing.
But
did say safety is paramount.
All of the vaccines are going to require approval. Obviously, Health Canada regulatory approval is central here. The contracts reflect the requirement for Health Canada approval.
This comes as Ontario continues to flatten the curve with 89 new cases of COVID-19 today. That's the third day in a row with fewer than 100 cases. I'm Roman
We're going to take this into circulation soon anyway.
This is All News Radio 680 News. For the first time ever,
normal,
Facebook has
yeah.
deleted a post by U.S. President Donald Trump, and now
If I
Twitter
iron
is
it,
stepping up to
smooth out all
do
the
the
creases,
same.
it'll get
According to
another 2 years
Facebook,
out
the
of it.
video violates policy against spreading misinformation about COVID-19, including, quote, false claims that a group of people is immune to the virus. The same video has also been posted to Twitter.
No.
And remains
This is
live
a
on the
coronavirus
president's
mixed
feed
with
right now,
AIDS,
despite a long history of being
methamphetamine,
flagged on that
Ebola.
website. According to the
You don't
Washington
know. And I don't
Post,
mean literally that, but I
she
just say
will
that's how it's
be
active.
unable to
Just
tweet
something, I heard on the internet, and that's not what I'm telling you.
In the past, Facebook has opted to label posts from Trump with a warning instead of deleting them altogether. Looking at news closer to home now, masks are mandatory in common areas of condos and apartment buildings in Toronto. The bylaw came into effect.
Well, my
this
boys
morning
will
after
see
was
it.
approved by City Council last
1723.
week.
I want to write on the note, but I won't because it'll stay in circulation much longer.
Enters its second week of stage 3.
667.
A shooting in Mississauga on Monday has now become Peel Region's 7th homicide of the year. Emergency crews found a 25-year-old victim suffering from life-threatening gunshot wounds in the area of Huntington Ridge Drive and Davis Road, just near Eglinton, around 9:30 Monday. They were rushed to hospital where we've now learned they died from their injuries. That they have now been identified as 25-year-old Adit Salah of Mississauga. Police have yet to release any information about the suspects. Investigators are asking anyone with information or dash cam footage to come forward.
Bring on the flowers.
680 News. It's now time for the 680 News gas price update. Emperor predicts the price of gas
taking photographs of Canadian money is almost impossible.
1.9 cents a litre at most GTA stations. Traffic and weather together next. 680 News Time, 8:40.
They're open pockets. They symbolize the Vining Memorial here and what we all die for. The heroin business of the British Empire. We're in the pharmaceutical industry of the crowds. Yeah, I can call it crowds. You can't. That's racist.
Today and help support your Canadian manufacturers and distributors.
Right. I don't. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm saying I'm lying when I say I'm wearing this to protect you and you're wearing yours to protect me. Nothing you wear is going to protect me from something you might have. I have to. This isn't a philosophy. I'm talking about my particular situation, virally and so forth. I'm wearing this so I don't breathe in NH's droplets or anything because my immune system compromised. Yeah, it's a crapshoot. Like yesterday, the day before. No, I'm not sick. I should be, but I'm not. My immune system killed that shit easy. And I can't have all sorts of weird aerosols, volatile organic compounds, all that weird shit in the air. I can't breathe in your breath. If you give me mouth to mouth, I'll die from that. Yeah, the increase in carbon dioxide / reduction in oxygen will make my blood turn to Vaseline, and that don't pump so good. Yeah, so you think you're helping me because you're using techniques that were outdated 30 years ago. There's no mouth-to-mouth component in CPR. There hasn't been in a long time. There's no way you were taught that. And if you were taught that, you shouldn't be teaching it to other people because you're wrong. You haven't been certified in the last 30 years.
From the couch to the floor, we'll be in the zone. Let's get it on till the dawn arises. Kissing in the midst of the prayer. Rising honeymoon chemistry is what I'm feeling from you. A perfect love story with a rough draft prelude. I wanna make it right and follow right through. Honey, breakfast in bed is something I can do for you. Eat mangoes from the tip of my tongue, and I can get it on. So baby, give me some, and I can give me some, and we can go from there. Keep it PG, but you see what I mean. Let's go. Let me walk the trail and watch the sunset in the moon. And salsa rails get rocks by the river and sit on the beach. Quiet times in the city can never be beat. So baby, you can do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do a thing. Say baby, you can do your thing. So do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do a thing. It's your time to shine. Escalating at a pace, got no time to be blind. I get it, got it good. You're doing what you shouldn't. Let me tell you that you were misunderstood. I'm doing my thing, and you are doing yours. Making life happen and dreaming of what you're dreaming. At the end, I'm dreaming world tours, and I think it's very sexy when you show me a full course and dress and caress and get the best of me. I can be your best friend if you let me see what you believe. Obviously, the perfect life could be that, honey. I'll support you in the front row seats, and baby, you can do your thing, and I can do a thing. No, we can do a thing. Say, baby, you can do your thing. So do your thing, and I can do a thing. No, we can do a thing. Baby, you can do your thing, and I can do a thing. No, we can do a thing. Say, baby, you can do your thing. So do your thing, and I can do a thing. No, we can do a thing.
How much do you think I handled this going in 24 fucking years? It's cleaner than it's ever been. I'm spending this one. Off miles, burns down all the shelter in place to run. All these coins are just sitting there. My steel shelves is my granite. The frames are steel. What is this? Marble. Ain't nothing burning down in here. Well, see, this is also a 2019. Look how dim. It even looks still shiny. It's Canadian corn, but if you look at it in person, it's very dim. Let's see if I can do the same thing.
Black bandana, black and green bandana, black bandana, black and green bandana. black bandana, black and green bandana, black bandana, black and green bandana, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Ain't shit, I'm the weed, okay shit. Let it spray shit, flossing ain't okay shit. Let it bang shit, let your colors hang shit. On that great shit, chocolate split and flame shit. Know you hate shit, know you mad today, bitch. We the main deal, off the block is 18. Massachusetts, made its way to New York State. Close a peaks jam, we can take the smoke and drink. One block at a time, bricks and halves, quarters down.
It's never gonna reopen.
Stacking paper, godless crime. Facts like shit, the devil's gonna go real quick. Extra clips, plastic filler, 210. Black bandana, black and green bandana, 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 black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Tony Montana, we ain't got your shit on us. Nah, throw up children in the car because we give no fuck. Throw up your flag, throw up your signs and represent. We with the crew, no KT guns, slit your neck. We dangerous like Buster Bus in 97. We aiming bust and you wanna stay way to heaven. I'm about the life, forget the fact I'm fucking white. I got that heart that's soft, that look that fucking white. In my kitchen, serving beans, feeding addiction. My money straight, this life I leave you fucking bitching. I wave them flags of black and green like LA Crips. But we ain't them, this puzzle piece came here, bitch. Black bandana, black and green bandana, 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 black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green,
Fuck you. I'll pay you $11
bandana, black bandana, black and green bandana, black bandana, black and green bandana, black bandana, black and green bandana, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Black bandana, black and green bandana, black bandana, black and green bandana, black bandana, black and green bandana.
Hey yo, Stick, check this shit out on the news, man. Yo, Stick.
I can press this later.
Jump in the water, speed that flow. Don't go against that flow. Speed that flow, speed that flow. Jump in that water, speed that flow. Don't go against that flow. Speed that flow, just jump in that water. Speed that flow, speed that flow. Jump in that water. Speed that flow, speed that flow. Don't go against that flow. Speed that flow, jump in that water.
It's about the size of our mercy.
Speed that flow, speed that flow. Speed that flow, jump in that water. Speed that flow, speed that flow. Don't go against it, speed that flow.
Want to hear the bass?
Speed that flow, speed that flow. Go against it, speed that flow. Jump in that water, speed that flow.
Slice a piece up in the Dutch pot. Curry chicken on the stove top. Shadow niggas from the stove top. Niggas talk what's in the gunshots.
My auntie suffers from my bitches up. The place run down with a shit from good. Shout out niggas at a drip for it. The shit's way beyond drip blooded.
Toronto born and raised. Toronto born and raised. They was never ready. Every single day you would be amazed. Living how we live, young niggas grinding stuck up in a maze. Told my nigga Charlie, we can get this money, make it different ways.
We don't call it no shit, we ain't call it no bitch. But I got a full clip and I bet it on rich. I go spread on a bit.
And they get over kids, you know that I flex, nigga. Live with my poet bitch, niggas. Better get back on that defense, nigga. That is gonna run even stench, nigga. I guess we on the offense. Y'all are like, yo, this guy is pimpin'. Better listen on a mission, pushing. Hoping that we find a way to beat the competition. Niggas switching, cotton picking, walk with bitches, talking different. You know, slipping back for business. Let me slow it down. Still full circle, I go around. Like cops in my pants for hanging. You can do dirt in a station wagon. Get locked up in the station flagging. Straight out that crazy man. Running at the base like a Hugh Jackman. Nyneteen like some new draftsman. They get the rope like how they do in Hangman.
Jump in the water, just be that flow. Don't go against that flow. Just be that flow, just be that flow.
We'll do inspections tomorrow.
Be that flow. Don't go against that
That's
flow.
local evidence. We got 48 hours to check it. Are you serious?
Be that flow,
Unless
just
I
be
feel
that
like calling
flow.
the cops about myself, and I don't.
Be that flow,
I ain't
just be
calling
that
for that.
flow.
Dead body. I'm not gonna be the dead body smell call guy unless I'm the only one.
Be that flow, just be that flow. Be that flow. Jump in that water, be that flow. Just be that flow. Don't go against it, be that flow. Just be that flow. Don't go against it, be that flow. Jump in that water, be that flow.
I gotta figure out how that's gonna bang up when I break it up. These ones kind of ugly, so I'll just fuck it up.
And I won't make it any prettier by doing that.
Look, it's even ugly. It's lopsided, bro. Even without the stick being bent, it still looks lopsided. No, we're not doing it that way.
That's
There we go, black background. There we go.
Ruckus.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's just
Than a loaded
appealing
bitch. Fuck
visually.
me in
You
a
can
psych
do
word.
anything that
Psych
turns the
word.
customer
Instead,
on.
I'm in the world and shit is awkward.
There's little
Awkward. Keep my
substitutes.
head
Bing,
up
wait a
like
second, check
Tupac.
that.
By
Bing, wait a second,
enemies
check
like
that.
Malcolm.
Fucks the sale,
Malcolm, we dream like Martin. I despise your intelligence. You don't make sense. You're an MC without purpose. A circus, your clown. Fuck your ground. I rock crowd. Money talk and music runs a marathon. Never worshipers all around us. I'm God's work. It's out of my hands like 7 grams.
No, worse. What the fuck?
Taking shots, ounce for the city, pounds for the
All the
country.
way
I'm an
around.
OG from the 90s. 90s, been doing this for a minute. Unstoppable, unpredictable. Fuck police, you savage. No knowledge, revolution is a process. Don't have told the truth, that's why they killed him. When the light dim, Genesis to rockers. The good and the bad, the yin and the yang. We go hard, harder in the paint. Harder in the paint. When I moonwalk, I cause destruction. When I moonwalk, you think I'm Jackson. You think I'm Jackson. We go hard, harder in the paint. Harder in the paint. When I moonwalk, I cause destruction. When I moonwalk, you think I'm Jackson. We go harder in the paint.
Work hard, party hard, I live large. Trying to lie, just sit back while we kick raps, while we kill the track. It's a verbal attack, no stopping us, no stopping us. We calling your bluff, calling your bluff. I'm all in, time's about to get tough, this how it goes when you don't give a fuck. I'm a game changer like King James. Pedal to the metal, I'm switching lanes. Fitted to get it, got stuck on my brain. Not gonna stop till I go insane. So what's up? Here we go. Feel that bass, it's real low. Another shot, I'm feeling my glow. Work on my wordplay, that's a flow. Like quick, my shit explodes. Sit back and enjoy the show. Everybody jump, let's lose control. Let's send a message, let's make it bold, 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 bold. Let's make it bold. Need now what I say we do. Real talk, speak the truth. Flood the streets, feed it to the youth. This is that, the wear a groove. Going hard, got something to prove. Not gonna stop till y'all through. Step aside while we make moves. Let's ride, let's break some rules. Take it to another level. I'm feeling good on that Jackson, floating on the moon. I said floating on the moon.
We go hard, harder in the paint. Harder in the paint. When I moonwalk, I cause destruction. When I moonwalk, you think I'm Jackson. You think I'm Jackson. We go hard, harder in the paint. Harder in the paint. When I moonwalk, I cause destruction. When I moonwalk, you think I'm Jackson. We go hard, we go hard, harder in the paint. When I moonwalk, I cause destruction. When I moonwalk, you think I'm Jackson. You think I'm Jackson. We go harder in the paint. We go hard, harder in the beat, harder in the beat. When I move on, I cause destruction. When I move on, you think I'm Jackson. We go hard, we go hard, harder in the beat, harder in the beat. You think I'm Jackson? Booty on my hip. Damn, son, I gotta reload it like a gun. Time them just for fun. They wanna see me with my hands out begging for funds. They ain't gonna see that shit cause I really make runs. They saying that they gotta get the job done. And when my crew come, they ain't gonna say no more in the slum. They gonna be deceased from head to toe. They ain't gonna breathe no more. Ain't gonna see no tree. Ain't no more paradise down here. It's only hell or up. You won't get a chance no more down here. I ain't showing no fear. I gotta ride for my other side, and they gotta ride for me, cause they gotta say that they'll die for me. They gotta shine for me. If I shine on my own, then fuck, they won't lie for me. They won't lie for me. They won't die for me. I'm in this thing, haters ain't gonna shine with me. They ain't shining with me because I put them all in the past. I told all these haters cut them off and all to kiss my ass. Haters don't love it, I ball just like Nash, saying that they want a ball, throwing bins in the trash. I'ma hit it up like fuck your haters. I gotta see it later, like fucking adding up my stacks with the calculator, saying that they wanna brave something just like braver. I'ma be braver than you, probably be the first heartbreaker. I never broken hearts before, but I just might take it.
This is perfect. This is ideal.
Shit, boy, I gotta remix this shit like a bitch gotta read this.
All these here will be used for splits, so I can filter split.
Why don't you come around here and I'll make you feel right at home? From the couch to the floor, we'll be in the zone. Let's get it on till the dawn arises. Kissing in the midst of the praying horizon. Honeymoon chemistry is what I'm feeling from you. A perfect love story with a rough draft prelude. I wanna make it right and follow right through. Honey, breakfast in bed is something I can do for you. Eat your mangoes from the tip of my tongue, and I can get it done. So baby, give me some, and I can give me some. And we can go from there. Keep it PG, but you see what I mean. Let's go. Let me walk the trail and watch the sunset as the moon is all real. She rocks by the river and sit on the beach. Quiet times in the city can never be beat. So baby, you can do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do our thing. Say, baby, you can do your thing. So do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do our thing. It's showtime, your time to shine. Escalating at a pace, got no time to be blind. I get it, got it good. You're doing what you shouldn't. Let me tell you that you ain't misunderstood. I'm doing my thing, and you're doing yours. Making life happen and dreaming of the flows. You're dreaming of me, and I'm dreaming world tours. And I think it's very sexy when you show me your full force. Addressing, caressing, get the best of me. I can be your best friend if you let me see what you believe. Honestly, the perfect life could be that, honey. I'll support you in the front. Why don't you come around here and I'll make you feel right at home? From the couch to the floor, we'll be in the zone. Let's get it on till the dawn arises. Kissing in the midst of the praying horizon. Honeymoon chemistry is what I'm feeling from you. A perfect love story with a rough draft prelude. I wanna make it right and follow right through. Honey, breakfast in bed is something I can do for you. Eat your mangoes from the tip of my tongue, and I can get it done. So baby, give me some, and I can give you some, and we can go from there. Keep it PG, see what I mean. Let's go. So let me walk and trail and watch the sunset as the moon is all real. He rocks by the river and sit on the beach, quiet times in the city can never be beat. So baby, you can do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do our thing. Say, baby, you can do your thing. So do your
Please
thing.
take 2.5 minutes to do something that takes a tenth of a second. For how shitty your connection is, Mr. Agent. Please keep editing the pictures. Show me with my eyes clamped shut. Because I think it's weird. You say smile. Is that like W's on your eyes? Is that like what the fuck's the deal, bro? Are they supposed to bug me when we're tied up with the UN and the fucking double fucking M's and shit? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you, you fucking moron? What kind of symbolism is it? That he's that fucking stupid? You think this idiot fucking putting up old dub is connected to the mother, nigga? You're so fucking stupid. The symbolism cops throw at me is so pathetic. Golden gloves. You mean you've been hitting the head 1,000 times? Wow, bro. Oh, you also have golden gloves, Gold Coast Crips. I've been all gold. Like, really? No, you don't listen to nothing I tell you.
Country,
you're a dumb pig.
What do you do? How do you keep that communication channel open all the time?
It's hard, but I think the scammers are being bad. Because you do need a balance, like yeah, so what we can say now is try your best.
So it doesn't pictures of me with my mouth open like this with no teeth. Alright? You're gonna tell me that weed makes my eyes turn red. No, not smoking weed makes my eyes turn red. You ever see a Nigerian? Yeah, it's the petroleum products in the air. You let people get sprayed. I smoke the weed that turn white.
Round Table.
Connecting China and the world.
We bring you fun and timely discussions about what's affecting our lives everywhere, every day.
Well, we would have been on time. Since was 1,008. One of these should be the fucking Beijing Roundtable. Roundtable comes up at 5 in the evening their time, 5 in the morning here.
You're listening to the Beijing Hour.
There we go.
60 minutes of comprehensive news. Your window on China and the world.
Welcome back. Now today's top stories. China is calling on the United States to promote their bilateral relations through cooperation. Foreign Minister Wang Yi says China and the U.S. should stop attempts at decoupling and move their ties forward. He says cooperation will be conducive to both countries and the world.
Mutually beneficial cooperation over the years has turned China and the U.S. into a community with shared interests. China has achieved rapid growth thanks to its opening up to and cooperation with the rest of the world, including the U.S. China's continued growth has also created sustained demand and an enormous market for the U.S. and other countries. If China-U.S. cooperation were unfair and not reciprocal, how could it have continued for several decades?
Wang Yi says the problems brought by globalization and free trade should be dealt with thorough internal reform. He says the development of China and of the United States is not a zero-sum game. The two countries should not reject each other, but draw on each other's strength to achieve common development. The Chinese foreign minister says the world's two largest economies should work for mutual benefit on an equal footing, given the effects of COVID-19 on the global economy. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has denounced U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo's assertion that a policy of engagement with China pursued by successive U.S. administrations has failed.
The assertion is just a rehash of the Cold War mentality. It turns a blind eye to all that has been achieved in China-U.S. relations over the past decades, shows ignorance of the historical process and a lack of respect for the Chinese and American peoples.
Wang Yi says several generations of Chinese and Americans have worked together to advance China-U.S. relations since the two countries entered into diplomatic ties. He says the bilateral ties have become one of the most deeply interwoven relationships in the world. The foreign minister says the differences in social systems and many other aspects have not affected the coexistence and cooperation between the two countries, and they should not affect their bilateral ties in the future. Wang Yi says it's neither necessary nor possible for the two sides to change each other. He also says China will continue to pursue development and progress to meet the desire of its people and make new, greater contributions to mankind. China has lodged stern representations with the United States over an upcoming visit by Secretary of Health and Human Services Alex Azar to Taiwan. Foreign Ministry spokesman Wang Wenbin reiterates China's opposition to all forms of official contacts between the U.S. government and Taiwan authorities.
We urge the U.S. side to abide by the One China principle and the provisions of the three China-U.S. joint communiques, stopping all forms of official contacts with Taiwan, handling Taiwan-related issues prudently and properly, and refraining from sending any wrong signals to the Taiwan independence process.
The spokesman also says that any attempts to ignore, deny, or challenge the One China principle will fail. A cybersecurity expert in New York says the citing of security concerns in a proposed U.S. ban of TikTok is unconvincing. Scott Schobert says the short video app's data gathering is not unique, as other contemporary apps operate in a similar manner.
There's national security interest. I think that's a little bit lower on the ladder in this particular case, because really all apps on our smartphone are very similar. They reach out to the network. They send information. That's true of TikTok here too. And there's 100 million plus users of TikTok right now in the U.S.
U.S. authorities have announced that TikTok, the Chinese video sharing app, will be out of business in the country if it's not sold to a U.S. company before September 15th.
Yeah, out of business up.
Coming up, China introduces new policies to support integrated circuit industry.
They don't even have offices in Hong Kong anymore.
This is China Plus. Because your time matters, our new podcast, The Top Story, will focus on the biggest news stories of the day. No one You hear the why and the how for a stronger understanding of all the top events that occur in China and around the world. Subscribe to the Top Story podcast to gain a competitive advantage in preparing yourself for news events that shape our lives and our future.
6 minutes past the hour. The State Council has issued a new document outlining new policies to support the development of the integrated circuit and the software sectors. New measures will be put forward in 8 areas, including taxation, investment, research and development, and imports and exports. Analysts say the incentives will help accelerate the localization of semiconductor manufacturing in China. For more on this, we spoke to Sarah Su, a visiting scholar of Fudan University. So first of all, what's your major takeaway from this new State Council document on China's integrated circuits and software industry?
Well, I think it'll really help to boost the integrated circuit industry as well as the software industry. In particular, improving the environment for innovation and improving production of the integrated circuits is especially important since China is the largest semiconductor market. And, you know, China has spent more on importing chips in recent years than on crude oil. At the same time, China also lags behind advanced countries in terms of chip production. Also, education can help to promote greater cultivation of talent at home, which China faces a shortage of in the integrated circuit sector.
So in general, what role does this sector play in China's efforts to become a technology powerhouse?
They're critical, I think. Integrated circuits in particular act as processing brains in many products like computers, smartphones. China right now is attempting to increase its prowess in new technologies like 5G and AI, which will rely heavily on computing power. And China has been pretty dependent on the U.S. for high-end integrated circuits. But as we can see from the trade war, this could potentially lead to a sudden drop-off in import of key goods as the political risk rises. So therefore, it's essential that China develop this integrated circuit and software sector.
And also the authorities say China will encourage qualified companies in the sector to list and raise money at home and abroad. How do you read this message?
Well, China has focused on bringing different types of funding to key firms, especially in the state-owned enterprise sector, and they've done that for several years. Now the strategy is being used to raise funds for integrated circuit and software firms. I think it's a really positive move since China has, up until now, focused a little bit too much on growing based on bank loans. So right now we see that companies are in pretty dire need of more direct financing, especially equity and potentially bond financing. So that means that the move will help to diversify funding sources and bring more funds into the sector.
That was Sarah Su, a visiting scholar of Fudan University, talking about the development of China's integrated circuit and software sectors. Environmental protection has been a top priority in the Yanqing competition zone in Beijing's suburb, as venue construction for the 2022 Winter Olympics proceeds in this mountainous area. Yang Yong has more.
Mountains.
Located at Haiduo Mountain in Yanqing District in the northwest of Beijing, the site has seen the National Alpine Skiing Center and the National Sliding Center for the 2022 Winter Games take shape from scratch over the past 3 years. To reduce the environmental impact, local authorities have adopted a plan to avoid any unnecessary engineering work at the construction site. Liang Dedong is the director of the Working Group on Environmental Sustainability in the Yanqing competition zone. He says work on the construction site includes transplanting trees into the mountains over 800 meters above sea level.
对这个现场的原有的树木保护，我们也是 We have been making great efforts to protect the trees on the construction sites. We have tried our best to limit the size of the construction area and minimize our impact on the environment.
To better protect the plants, experts from the Beijing Forestry University have conducted an ecological impact assessment survey for transplantation and provided technical support. Over 20,000 plants have been transplanted from the mountain ranges to local ecological protection bases in Zhangjiaying town, including several protected species. The builders have also stripped and preserved more than 80,000 cubic meters of topsoil, which will be used for ecological restoration after the construction work is completed. Liu Xinping is with the Beijing Organizing Committee for the Olympic Games. She says that the local government has put in place a set of management and monitoring systems for every transplanted tree.
通过这个一扫呢，其实马上就会展现这个树的。By scanning a QR code, we can obtain the basic information about the transplanted trees. We want to use scientific methods to manage these trees.
Thanks to efforts by the local authorities, the transplantation success rate has been 90% so far. Meanwhile, Fu Xinran, who represents the Alliance of Homestay Hotels, says preparations for the Winter Games have given a boost to local tourism and economic development.
就比如说16年的时候，张山营
For example, in 2016, there was only one well-known homestay brand in Zhangjiaying town, but now there are 25 homestay brands and more than 100 small courtyards. In 2019, more than 400 idle houses were put back into use. She adds that the local government has given preferential policy incentives to the booming industry, generating over 1,000 jobs for locals. Located in northwestern Beijing, more than 70% of Yanqing district is mountainous. The competition site will host alpine skiing, bobsleigh, and luge events during the Winter Games. For the Beijing Hour, I'm Yang Yong.
China's central bank has issued a set of commemorative coins as part of celebrations for the 600th anniversary of the Forbidden City. Wang Yue has more.
The new coins are engraved with the architecture of the Imperial Palace, France, and Qiling's, the Chinese unicorn that symbolizes good luck and prosperity. The patterns were selected from more than 350 designs solicited from the public. Chen Pengpeng is with the Commemorative Coin Design and Research Project.
那么这套纪念币，它设计 This set of commemorative coins is mainly designed to display the long history and rich culture of the Forbidden City, as well as its solemn and magnificent architecture.
The Forbidden City was the seat of the national power in China during the Ming and Qing dynasties. To celebrate its 600th anniversary, a series of exhibitions, seminars, charity events, and other activities will be held. The highly anticipated one is an exhibition staged by the Palace Museum and the Palace of Versailles in France. The event, the second of its kind since 2014, aims to present cultural and art exchanges between the two countries in the 18th century.
Are these coins we can buy or not? Do I have to steal them? I'll get 10 crackets together and get 10 747s. I swear to God.
It's fantastic to see two of the world's most famous palaces captured in one frame. For many people who don't have the chance to go to France, this is definitely a great opportunity to enjoy a cultural feast presented by both China and France.
There will also be exhibitions featuring items from the Palace Museum's 1.8 million strong art collection that is housed inside the Forbidden City. Museum director Wang Shidong says he expects more items with academic significance will be exhibited in the future.
So far, we have exhibited only about 5% of our collection. A large majority of the artworks still haven't been put on public display. We hope to exhibit more in the future and help visitors to learn something while appreciating the masterpieces.
TV programs focusing on the palace's history and new lines of palace-themed cultural products will also add to the celebrations. The museum, which was closed in January due to the coronavirus pandemic, has reopened with anti-epidemic measures since May. Currently, it receives 12,000 visitors a day, all of whom must make reservations in advance. For the Beijing Hour, I'm Huang Yan.
This year's World Breastfeeding Week is being observed around the globe. In recent years, China has intensified efforts in the development of breast milk banks.
What?
The World Health Organization has suggested that the nutrition provided by breastfeeding can strengthen children's brain development with an impact lasting a lifetime. Director Gao Xiaoyan with the breast milk bank in Foshan, Guangdong province says breast milk is more than food for newborns.
Breast milk can significantly reduce the risk of some diseases compared with formulated milk products. It also works well for the immune system and is effective in preventing infections.
Some mothers are unable to produce a sufficient milk supply for their premature or critically ill infant. China has established 25 breast milk banks to help such families. The first of them, set up in 2013 in Guangdong's provincial capital Guangzhou, has so far provided 556 premature or ill babies with over 2.7 million milliliters of breast milk donated by 850 mothers. Meanwhile, in the nearby city of Shenzhen, medical professionals have been dedicated to better utilizing the breast milk donated by healthy new mothers. Neonatology expert Zhang Lian from the city's maternity and child care hospital says efforts are being made to tailor breast milk treatment for each newborn in need of help.
We're hoping to examine every dose of breast milk from our bank for its nutrients and mark them with corresponding information. As every patient requires different components, we can only provide better and more targeted help to babies that need breast milk if we know what is in the milk given to them.
Most breast milk banks in China are also working to improve the donation process. In Guangzhou, authorities have rolled out regulations to better fund medical institutions that have plans for a breast milk bank. For the Beijing Hour, I'm Fu Yu.
You're listening to the Beijing Hour. Coming up, the United Nations says it's working with the Lebanese government to support ongoing response efforts following the explosion in Beirut.
Want to know what's trending in China? China Plus News Facebook page helps you to discover the real China, from the latest news to quirky Chinese inventions, videos, photos, live streaming, and more. Join in the conversation today by searching for China Plus News on Facebook and discover its news, its people, its traditions, and culture. China Plus News Facebook page. Open your eyes to the real China.
It's 17 minutes past the hour. The Japanese foreign minister has kicked off a trip to Britain in a bid to wrap up negotiations on a post-Brexit trade agreement. Toshimitsu Moteki's visit to Britain will be the first overseas trip for any Japanese government minister since the global spread of the novel coronavirus. The Japanese minister will meet a British Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab and International Trade Secretary Liz Truss for economic talks. Bilateral trade is currently conducted under a broad EU-Japan deal that came into effect last year, but the agreement will no longer apply to Britain from December 31st. Britain left the European Union in January, but agreed a standstill transition until the end of the year, and is facing as a racing to secure a raft of both Republica and new trade agreements before that date. For more on this, Guo Yan spoke to Ishmael Erter, senior lecturer in banking at University of Manchester.
What are the major issues to be addressed before Japan and the UK reached a possible trade deal?
The key aspect of the trade deal is going to be the automotive sector because Japanese car manufacturers in the UK, they are uncertain about the tariffs after Britain leaves the EU. Currently, the trade relationship between Japan and the EU has a certain tariff, but if UK leaves the EU without any trade deal, it will disadvantage Japanese companies.
Why leave the EU if you're going to make new trade deals every year? Why redo it all? That doesn't make sense.
2 months since they started negotiating this deal to make sure if Britain leaves the EU without any trade deal, Japanese automotive sector doesn't suffer. But also for the UK wants to keep the Japanese car manufacturers in the UK producing, so they're trying to reduce that uncertainty.
Looking forward, how will the UK balance its ties with the EU and its partnership with other major economies in the world?
The EU is the major trade partner of the UK. More than 50% of UK's trade is with Europe. So it's very important that the UK has a trade deal with the EU. Of course, UK has an ambition to do trade deals with the rest of the world as well, starting with the US. But the trade deal negotiations with the US are not progressing due to coronavirus problems. I think all other countries would like to see how the UK has a trade deal with the EU before they have substantial trade deals with the UK.
That was Ismail Ertur, senior lecturer in banking at University of Manchester, talking about the prospect of closer economic ties between Japan and the UK. The Lebanese cabinet has announced a state of emergency in Beirut for 2 weeks, following 2 massive explosions in the city's port on Tuesday. Lebanese Information Minister Manal Abdel Samad says ammonium nitrate stored since 2014 at port of Beirut may have caused explosions.
It's not just ammonium nitrate. It's been sitting there 6 years. What state is it in? We don't know.
The Supreme Military Authorities asked to place under house arrest all those who have handled the affairs of storing around 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate, guarding it and handling its paperwork. Whomever that may be, since June 2014 until the date of the blast on August 4, 2020.
The cabinet also urged the Public Works Ministry to secure import and export activity through Port of Tripoli. The High Relief Commission will work on opening schools and hotels for people who lost their houses. So far, the explosions have left 135 people dead and 5,000 others injured. The United Nations says it's working with the Lebanese government to support all ongoing response efforts following the explosions in Beirut. The blast hitting with the force of a 3.5 magnitude earthquake killed over 100 people and wounded thousands. Spokesperson for the UN Secretary General Farhan Haq says specialists are being dispatched to Lebanon, but also looking at options for providing financial assistance.
The United Nations is working closely with the Lebanese government to support all ongoing response efforts, particularly in the delivery of emergency medical assistance. Support for the existing hospitals and trauma response capacity is a top priority for the UN. The World Health Organization is working closely with the Lebanese Ministry of Health to conduct an assessment of hospital facilities in Beirut, their functionality and needs for additional support, particularly amid the COVID-19 pandemic.
The World Health Organization is airlifting medical supplies to Lebanon to cover up to 1,000 trauma interventions and up to 1,000 surgical interventions. Haq adds that damage to the port will significantly impact the economic and food security situation in Lebanon, as well as the supply of aid to Syria.
We expect that the damage to the port will significantly exacerbate the economic and food security situation in Lebanon, which imports about 80 to 85% of its food. Our colleagues at the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs also expect that this will affect our ability to provide aid to Syria because the port in Beirut was one of the ways that we ship in aid.
The government has placed Beirut port officials under house arrest, pending the investigation into the exact cause of the blast. WHO spokesperson Tariq Jazarevic says medical facilities are overwhelmed after a massive warehouse explosion in Beirut.
As a result of yesterday's deadly blast, 3 hospitals in Beirut are not functional at the moment. 2 others are only partially working, while other medical facilities are overwhelmed with number of injured people.
The spokesman says the health agency is airlifting supplies from Dubai to the city. The blast was the most powerful ever to rip through Beirut. It sent a mushroom cloud into the sky and rattled windows on the Mediterranean island of Cyprus, about 100 miles away. French President Emmanuel Macron will go to Beirut later today after 2 huge explosions rocked the Lebanese capital. The French president pledged to provide assistance to Lebanon. 2 French military planes with assistance materials and medical staff aboard were dispatched to support the Lebanese. Colonel Vincent Tisser explains.
We are equipped to intervene and rescue medical supplies such as drugs, technical equipment to intervene on roofs, facades, to search buried victims, free and treat them.
2 huge explosions hit the port of Beirut on Tuesday, killing at least 100 people and injuring 4,000 others. The cause of the blast remain unknown. Local officials say highly explosive material stored at a port may have led to the explosions. At least 6 people are dead after tropical storm Isaias spawned tornadoes and dumped rain in an island march of the U.S. East Coast. The Briarwood neighborhood of Queens, New York, was hit particularly hard by the storm, which unrooted the trees, including one that killed a man in his car.
But I didn't expect this tree in front of me to fall down. I was inside the house when I hear a big boom like a bomb or something. I don't know what the heck was it.
Just looking outside the window, and I just saw like people trying to get through into the car, trying to cut into the branches and parts of the car.
She made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane in North Carolina. It was downgraded to tropical storm as it made its way inland and later passed through New York toward Canada. New York City will put up COVID-19 quarantine checkpoints at key entry points to curb the transmission of coronavirus. Mayor Bill de Blasio says the city will focus on people coming in from outside New York City, especially people in 35 states now that have dangerously high infection rates.
Travelers coming in from those states will be given information about the quarantine. They'll be reminded that it is required, not optional. They'll be reminded that failure to quarantine is a violation of state law, and it comes with serious penalties. In fact, under certain circumstances, the fines can be as high as $10,000.
The mayor adds that a 14-day quarantine must be applied consistently to anyone who's traveled. The city of Chicago says the United States' 3rd largest school district will not welcome students back to the classroom this fall due to a recent uptick of COVID-19 cases. The city's public schools will instead rely only on remote instruction at the start of the new school year, which begins in September. CEO of Chicago Public School, Dr. Janice Jackson, says the decision was taken after a month-long survey of staff, students, and parents about how to reopen schools.
A moment ago, we began to inform our families and staff across Chicago Public Schools that we will begin the new school year learning at home and continue learning remotely for the first quarter, which ends on November 6th.
Last month, the district unveiled a tentative hybrid plan for the fall semester, which was opposed by the Chicago Teacher Union due to safety concerns. Meantime, the Los Angeles Unified School District has decided against reopening later this month for in-person learning. New York City has announced a plan to do hybrid instruction, where students will be in classrooms on some days in a week and learn from home on other days. It's time for a short break. So far in this hour, Wang Yi says it's necessary to set out a clear framework for China-U.S. relations. Beijing expresses opposition to U.S. official contacts with Taiwan. The United Nations says it's working with the Lebanese government to support all ongoing response efforts following the explosion in Beirut. China introduces new policies to support integrated circuit entry. World Breastfeeding Week is being observed around the globe. China celebrates 600 years.
I thought better things to say that. I was breastfed. I was not passed around the village. I kind of wish I was. I'm trying to hear the try out kid isn't a
most popular Chinese language learning page on Facebook. By searching for CRI Learn Chinese.
You're just gonna non-stop fuck around, dude.
Language goals. Start your free lessons now with unlimited videos, photos, and text tutorials on expressions and Chinese culture. CRI Learn Chinese Facebook page. The world opens with Ni Hao.
Examining the events that impact and shape China and the rest of the world. This is the Beijing Hour, 1 hour of news and information brought to you every weekday. Now,
with you on this Thursday morning, still to come. Business China's services sector expanded at a slower pace in July. Sportsman United and Inter Milan reached quarters as the Europa League returns.
Shut up!
In culture and entertainment, Beijing offers cinema subsidies to mitigate COVID-19 impact. There are a number of ways to contact us. Talk to us on Twitter at China Plus News, or log on to Facebook, China Plus News, for more news, videos, and analysis. Now, today's headlines. China is calling on the United States to promote their bilateral relations through cooperation. Foreign Minister Wang Yi says China and the U.S. should stop attempts at decoupling and move their ties forward. He says cooperation will be conducive to both countries and the world.
长期以来，中美两国通过优势互补、互利合作。
Mutually beneficial cooperation over the years has turned China and the U.S. into a community with shared interests. China has achieved rapid growth thanks to its opening up to and cooperation with the rest of the world, including the U.S. China's continued growth has also created a sustained demand and an enormous market for the U.S. and other countries. If China-U.S. cooperation were unfair and not reciprocal, how could it have continued for several decades?
Wang Yi says the problems brought by globalization and free trade should be dealt with thorough internal reform. He says the development of China and of the United States is not a zero-sum game. The two countries should not reject each other, but draw on each other's strength to achieve common development. The Chinese foreign minister says the world's two largest economies should work for a mutual benefit on an equal footing, given the effects of COVID-19 on the global economy. China has launched stern representations with the United States over an upcoming visit by Secretary of Health and Human Services Alex Azar to Taiwan. Foreign Ministry spokesman Wang Wenbin reiterates China's opposition to all forms of official contacts between the U.S. government and Taiwan authorities.
We urge the U.S. side to abide by the One China principle and the provisions of the three China-U.S. joint communiques, stopping all forms of official contacts with Taiwan, handling Taiwan-related issues patiently and properly, and refraining from sending any wrong signals to the Taiwan independence forces.
The spokesman also says that any attempts to ignore, deny, or challenge the One China principle will fail. The Lebanese cabinet has announced a state of emergency at Beirut for 2 weeks, following two massive explosions in the city's port on Tuesday. Lebanese Information Minister Manal Abdel Samad says ammonium nitrate stored since 2014 at port of Beirut may have caused explosions.
The Supreme Military Authorities asked to place under house arrest all those who have handled the affairs of storing around 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate, guarding it and handling its paperwork, whomever that may be, since June 2014 until the date of the blast on August 4, 2020.
The captain also urged the Public Works Ministry to secure import and export activity through Port of Tripoli. The High Relief Commission will work on opening schools and hotels for people who lost their houses. So far, the explosions have left 135 people dead and 5,000 others injured.
So I happen to be
the United Nations says it's working with the Lebanese government to support all ongoing response efforts following the explosion in Beirut. The blast, hitting with the force of a 3.5 magnitude earthquake, killed over 100 people and wounded thousands. Spokesperson for the UN Secretary General Farhan Haq says specialists are being dispatched to Lebanon. We're also looking at options for providing financial assistance.
The United Nations is working closely with the Lebanese government to support all ongoing response efforts, particularly in the delivery of emergency medical assistance. Support for the existing hospitals and trauma response capacity is a top priority for the UN. The World Health Organization was working closely with the Lebanese Ministry of Health to conduct an assessment of hospital facilities in Beirut, their functionality and needs for additional support, particularly amid the COVID-19 pandemic.
The World Health Organization is airlifting medical supplies to Lebanon to cover up to 1,000 trauma interventions and up to 1,000 surgical interventions. Huck adds that the damage to the port will significantly impact the economic and food security situation in Lebanon, as well as the supply of aid to Syria. WHO spokesperson Tarek Jassarevic says medical facilities are overwhelmed after a massive warehouse explosion in Beirut.
As a result of yesterday's deadly blast, 3 hospitals in Beirut are not functional at the moment. 2 others are only partially working, while other medical facilities are
Israel
overwhelmed
denied
with
involvement in the explosion,
injured
and
people.
senior Hezbollah officials
says
have
the
also
health
denied
agency is
Israeli
airlifting
involvement.
supplies from Dubai to the city. The blast was the
Hezbollah
most
said
powerful
they didn't
ever
do it,
to
and
rip
Israeli
through
didn't do it,
Beirut,
Israel didn't
send
do
a
it.
mushroom
That's
cloud into the sky, and rattle windows on the Mediterranean island of Cyprus, about 100 miles away.
UN Secretary General, President
Iran
of
has
UN
dispatched
General
humanitarian
Assembly,
aid to
and the UN
Lebanon from
peacekeeping
the
mission
Iranian
issued
Red Crescent
statements
Society
as well.
following Tuesday's massive
peacekeeping
explosion
mission
in the port of
includes
Beirut. Aid consists of 2,000 food parcels and 95 tons of food items, as well as medicine and medical equipment. Head of Iran's Red Crescent Society, Karim Hamati, says they're also sending a medical team and protective equipment.
The important point is that due to the outbreak of the coronavirus, both in our country and in Lebanon, we sent personal protective equipment with this team to protect it, as well as for the patients and the injured at the scene, so that they can take the necessary measures at the scene as well.
He says Iran would also provide Lebanon with a field hospital that would assess what other aid is required based on the scene of the incident before the next shipment is dispatched. A warehouse that contained ammonium nitrate caught fire in Beirut port on Tuesday afternoon, triggering a massive
West
explosion.
Fertilizer Company explosion.
This is Sui live from the Chinese capital. Coming up in business, China's services sector expanded at slower pace in July.
Non-nuclear explosion.
You're listening to the Beijing Hour. 60 minutes of comprehensive news. Your window on China and the world.
37 minutes past the hour. China's top economic regulator says despite mounting complexities, China reversed an economic downturn in the first half of this year and will register a stable growth in the second half. Deputy Head Nyneteen of the National Development and Reform Commission says the momentum is picking up steam with resilient economic fundamentals.
The trend of economic recovery in China is based on good foundation and conditions, and so is sustainable. China's stable, positive economic fundamentals and long-term trajectory remain unchanged, and are making their manifestations.
China's economy bounced back to growth in the second quarter by expanding 3.2% year-on-year. The economic regulator has shifted its focus to domestic consumer spending for further recovery. Nyneteen says more stimulus policies will be rolled out to stimulate demand in small cities and vast rural areas.
The development of county-level consumption areas is the priority of this round of domestic demand expansion, and it's also a place with great potential for expanding consumption.
Major plans for new infrastructure such as 5G network, public health, and transportation are also prioritized as major drivers for growth for the rest of the year. Ning says that China introduced a package of policies this year to hedge against the downward pressure on the economy, adding that the country will continue to promote high-quality economic development and strive to complete its economic goals in 2020. A new survey shows China is home to 6 of the world's 10 largest unicorns, and unlisted startups value at over $1 billion. The Hurun Global Unicorn Index shows that Ant Group, the fintech arm of Chinese e-commerce giant Alibaba, tops the global unicorn list with a valuation of $150 billion. It's followed by hit social video app TikTok's Chinese owner ByteDance and China's ride-hailing giant Didi Chuxing. According to the Shanghai-based Hurun Research Institute, there are nearly 590 unicorn companies worldwide, up 80 from the same time last year. The International Monetary Fund says global current account surpluses and deficits narrow in 2019, and the COVID-19 pandemic could narrow the imbalances further in 2020. The report says larger than warranted current account balances were mostly in the euro area, driven by Germany and the Netherlands, while lower than warranted current account balances mainly existed among Britain, Canada, and the United States. It says China's assessed external position in 2019 remained broadly in line with fundamentals and desirable policies. At a global level, the latest IMF staff forecast for 2020 imply a modest narrowing in current account surpluses and deficits by some 0.3% of world GDP, although subject to high uncertainty. An industry survey is suggesting that growth in China's services sector slowed last month as new export business fell. The Caixin Market Services Purchasing Managers Index fell to 54.1 from 58.4 in June, the highest reading in about 10 years. Still, the survey found that overall expansion in the sector remained elevated in July. For more, we're now joined on the line by our financial analyst, Cao Tan. So, Cao Tan, first of all, what's your take on the decline of the indicator of China's services sector?
You'll shave your head, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't read too much into it. I think it has a lot to do with cyclical factors, especially the fact that we have a 100-year flood in many parts of China in the south. So that would have negatively impact the reading of the service sector for the past month. I think when this cyclical factor passes, the index will bounce back.
So in general, what role could we expect this sector to play in China's post-pandemic recovery?
From an investment perspective?
Well, it will play an increasingly important role as Chinese economy continues to transform, while at the same time, traditional manufacturing will continue to play a vital role, but the service sector will expand to supplement the manufacturing sector.
So what could authorities do to maintain this growth momentum in the sector?
Well, just to make it easier for the service sector to survive by, for instance, shortening or lessening the regulatory burden. For instance, the getting of the permits, lowering taxes, so that they can spur the service sector industry to hire more service sector workers. So both regulatory and fiscal measures can help to stimulate the sector.
Thank you very much, Cao Tan, as always. That was our financial analyst, Cao Tan, commenting on the performance of China's service sector last month. Microsoft has announced a goal to achieve a zero waste for the company's direct operations, products, and packaging by 2030. The company says it will reduce nearly as much waste as it generates reusing electronics and hazardous waste. By 2030, the company will divert at least 90% of the solid waste headed to landfills from campuses and data centers, manufacture 100% recyclable surface devices, while using 100% recyclable packaging. Germany's second largest commercial bank, Commerzbank, expects a net loss in 2020 after posting a 20% drop in net profit in the second quarter. In April to June period, Commerzbank reported a net profit of 220 million euros, down from 280 million euros in the same period last year. The bank said the group revenue increased by 6.8% to 2.3 billion euros in the second quarter, buoyed by a robust growth in net commission income. The Department of Statistics of Singapore has announced that Singapore's retail sales increased over 50% this June, on a seasonally adjusted month-on-month basis, compared to a revised 20% decrease in the previous month. It attributes the growth mainly to the low base in May when physical stores were closed. You're listening to the Beijing Hour. Coming up in sports, Manchester United and Inter Milan reached the quarterfinals as the Europa League returns.
Beijing Hour. Hello, I'm Peter Dinklage from X-Men Days of Future Past. You are listening to the Beijing Hour.
Hi, I'm Kathy Freeman, and you're listening to the Beijing Hour.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lang Lang. Welcome to the Beijing Hour.
The Beijing Hour, your window to China and the world. 7 minutes past the hour, turning to sports. Here's the
2023 Europe's President of Football taking action as the Europa League got its last Olympic Games. Manchester United were not parties to the case and had a basic right to privacy. Still to come on 680 News, the latest on the state of COVID-19 south of the border. 680 News, 944.
Christian Eriksen decided to play on the single leg game in Germany.
Only the most amazing selection of rugs in all sizes that'll fit your budget. Don't steal your friend's rugs.
See, this was horrible. Fuck, yeah, these dudes are all one even color of pink. That's not what it's here. The holes open up my arms.
We'll be in the zone. Let's get it on till the dawn rises. Kissing in the midst of the prey horizon. Honeymoon chemistry is what I'm feeling from you. A perfect love story with a rough draft prelude. I wanna make it right and follow right through. Honey, breakfast in bed is something I can do for you. Make your mangoes from the tip of my tongue, and I can get it on. So baby, give me some, and I can give you some.
It's not just a little dot. It's this whole.
What you see, what I mean. Let's go. Let me walk the trail and watch the sunset as the moon goes pale. You run by the river and sit on the beach. Quiet times in the city can never be reached. So baby, you can do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do our thing. Say, baby, you can do your thing. So do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do our thing. It's showtime, your time to shine. Escalating at a pace, got no time to be blind. I get it, got it good. You're doing what you shouldn't. Let me tell you, you're misunderstood. I'm doing my thing, and you're doing yours. Making life happen and dreaming of the walls. You're dreaming at the end, I'm dreaming world tours. And I think it's very sexy when you show me your flaws. Dressing, caressing, get the best
Somebody looks weird with a quarter ounce of weed, but that's not with their friends. They don't know how much it's there.
The perfect life could be. Then honey, I'll support you in the front row seat. Then baby, you can do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do a thing. Say, baby, you can do your thing. So do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do a thing. Baby, you can do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do a thing. Say, baby, you can do your thing. So do your thing, and I can do my thing. No, we can do a thing.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. Watch those little scratches there will turn into big, huge fucking like saber fucking.
Black bandana, black and green bandana, 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 black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green. On that gang shit, on that we don't play shit. Let it spray shit, plus it ain't okay shit. Let it bang shit, let your colors hang shit. On that crazy shit, chop the spit and flame shit. Know you hate shit, know you meant to date bitch. We done made it, off the block we skated.
shoe sits, made its way to New York State. Puzzle piece gang, we can take this whole country. One block at a time, bricks and halves, quarters, dimes. Flip it one more time, stacking paper, godless crime. Facts are shit, we dealt with on the real quick. Extra clips, plastic filled up to the tip.
Black bandana, black and green bandana. 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 Black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Black bandana, black bandana, black and green.
Tony Montana, you ain't got your shit on us. Now throw children in the car because we give no fuck. Throw up your flag, throw up your signs and represent. Leave with the crew, then keep your guns, slit your neck. We dangerous like Buster Bus in 97. We aim to bust and you wanna stay way to heaven. I'm about to like to get the fact I'm fucking white. I got that heart that's soft, I cook that fucking white. In my kitchen, serving beans, feeding addiction. My money's straight, this life I lead the fucking bitchin'. I wave and flags for black and green like LA Chris. But we ain't this puzzle.
Black and green bandana. Black bandana, black and green bandana. Black bandana, black and green bandana. Black bandana, black bandana, black.
Racism and other oppressions while working at
That's
the
on the back
Winnipeg
of that $10 bill I keep
institution.
showing
Interim
you.
CEO
Museum of
Paul
Human Rights.
Rafferty says that she's
That's where our human rights went when they died. When they killed them all off, they put them in the museum. That's the joke. That's why they put it on the money. They're not. They're very upfront in this country. Look, it's on the money. No joke. This black woman fought for your rights. Dead now. You should buy drugs. That's what they're telling you.
The report found management was largely white, while staff working with the public were diverse. Looking into some more fun news now. One of the biggest summer tourist attractions in the GTA remains shut down.
No, it's not racism because I'm here.
Being in stage 3 of reopening.
No, one level. She related to me really
Canada's Wonderland remains closed.
Always looking
The Chief Medical Officer of Health has advised our government, and we have accepted his science, that theme parks and water parks of those nature still pose a significant threat as a result of COVID-19, and therefore will not be able to open at this time.
She says the provincial government and its health team isn't comfortable reopening them until the entire province is in stage 3. Windsor Essex still remains in stage 2. Greenland and Niagara Falls is allowed to welcome visitors once again. The crowd says that's because it has limited high touch points. 680 news time, 9:51. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones.
That's one of those bad answers. I don't know. Where you just
Toyota, we have a number of delays on the 401 because of construction. If you're traveling the eastbound 401, it's a 6-kilometer backup now from east of Highway 6 South to approaching Guelph line. 2 left lanes are blocked here for construction, so it's very heavy. Also heavy on the east 401 from Teal to the Allen, both express and collector lanes moving slowly. In the express, 2 left lanes blocked for maintenance. In the collectors, a single right lane closed as well. And then we've got actually not a bad drive through Whitby now. You'll find it fairly smooth through Broad Street. The left lane is still closed here for construction, but delays have eased off. It is heavy east 401 heading into Port Hope. From the Port Hope en route to Toronto Road, more single-lane construction here slowing everybody down. If you're traveling the westbound 401, a delay from approaching Avenue to the Allen Express. 2 left lanes are blocked here for construction. Take the collectors, and especially if you're trying to get to the 400, you have to transfer into the collectors approaching Avenue Road. You'll not only miss that express lane construction, but the transfer into the collectors approaching the 400 is closed. So if you're trying to get to that 400, you can only do so from the collectors, and your last chance to transfer into those collector lanes is approaching Avenue Road, with that transfer just before the 400 into the collector shut down for construction. Traffic then quite slow approaching the 427 to south of Pearson in the Express, where you're forced into the collectors. All express lanes are closed from south of Pearson to west of Huron, Ontario for construction for the overnight. Still have lane restrictions going in place northbound 404 north of Shepherd. It'll be 3 right lanes when they're finished, but they're setting things up quite slowly. So it looks like they've only got 1 right lane closed so far, and so far it's not causing too much of a delay. You also find single lane construction on the Danforth from Woodbine to Dawes for bike lane installation and delays. As well, Bayview reduced to a single lane from Steeles to north of John for road resurfacing. Right now at Don Valley North Toyota, lease or finance from as low as 0% on select models. It's Toyota Red Tag Days. Visit DonValleyNorthToyota.com. Your next report at 10:01, and with the extended forecast, here's Michelle Nelson.
Mostly clear skies tonight. No need to water the grass anytime soon. We saw more rain in the first 4 days of August
You geniuses
than
have no
the
fucking
entire
idea how
month
much
of
rain it's
July.
gonna be.
The good news is there's no active weather to speak of. We are now entering a dry stretch that will last until Sunday. Clear tonight, temperatures
3
comfortable
days,
around
thank you.
20
It's
degrees,
the
but
Friday,
will
it's,
cool off
sorry, until
overnight,
Sunday.
a
What is
little bit
Sunday?
chilly with a low near 12.
Two full
Tomorrow,
days
16
is a
degrees for
stretch.
that morning low. Sunshine continues. Your high, 25
Why does my
degrees.
Bluetooth keep turning
And we'll
on,
see
but I
the
don't
heat
want it
and
on?
humidity build back in just in time for the weekend. Humidex values back in the low 30s. This week is really looking great to get outside and enjoy some summer fun. Lots of sunshine in the forecast. Your overnight low is 12 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, few clouds, 21 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, cloudy and 21 as
And I
well.
call him too orange.
This extended forecast is brought to you by Walmart.
At Walmart, prices are always
still
low.
say
That's
should've
why
gone with
you can save
mandarin
$2.09
or
on a
blood
tub of
orange
Breyers
or
ice
something.
cream. Now only $2.88.
Tangerine,
Walmart.
cereal.
Save money, live better.
Coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll have details
Oh
on
my
millions of dollars in financial aid being sent to Beirut from the Canadian government.
You don't
And
know
the
what
latest
this
from
is.
Toronto police on the search for suspects after a brazen daytime shooting in the city's fashion district. 680 News Time, 9:54.
We all love well-groomed lawns, but did you know
A fashionable shooting. And he is
by
outstanding.
naturalizing our grass-covered landscapes, we can help declining bee and
Equal
butterfly
opportunity.
populations recover
Dude shot a
and
woman.
invite life back into our yards.
What race was the guy? We don't know. But he was wearing some fine clothing. What the fuck is wrong with you people? I'm not even making I'm making fun of the fact that you guys aren't even joking when you say this shit. You know exactly what he's wearing. You won't tell us his race. And that doesn't mean they don't know it. Now, if the guy comes court later and says, oh, they describe me as black, and I'm really Southeast
You
Asian.
need to know about
Fine. That, you
COVID-19.
can call that racial prejudice. But did they get the right guy? That was the fucking point.
Ask it at 680news.com/answers.
Oh, Jesus
We're in
Christ.
this together.
Oh, good.
Coming up in
All I'm
just
supposed
60
to hate
seconds,
is
our business
incredible. I
report
don't
with
hate it.
Richard Southern. 680 News Time, 9:55.
You don't get
Say
to kill
hello
this stuff.
to Shell Go Plus. A new way for all Air Miles collectors to get even more at Shell and say hey there to getting up to 100% more Air Miles reward miles on Shell fuels. And don't forget to say what's up to 100% more miles on all in-store purchases. Plus, use any BMO Air Miles credit
Can
card
we just
to
keep the
save
goddamn
to getting
missiles in
topped up to
stock?
5 times the miles at Shell. With so many ways to get more, we're running out of ways to say hello.
You're
Say
running
hello
out of
to more
fucking
with
rolling
Shell Go
papers.
Plus. Learn more at shell.ca/GoPlus. Terms and conditions apply.
Your overhead doors and loading dock equipment are vital to your business. Pro Door and Dock offers fast, affordable,
No, and I've heard that the garage door been busted a
to all
week.
makes and models. Their technicians have the expertise
Probably
to
more, I'm
diagnose
not
and
even
repair
sure.
your
It's
equipment
one
the
day, yeah, I
first
think 2
time.
weeks.
Not happy with your provider? Contact Pro Door and Dock. Their mobile app makes placing service calls, tracking progress, and viewing your history so simple.
Right, I don't have $60.
On your next breakdown
Yeah.
or request a free
It's a long
estimate.
time
Visit
ago,
ProDoor.ca. That's ProDoor.ca.
Oh, if I don't have it now,
9:56.
All Planet Business Report. Here's Richard.
Done deal. Canada's largest circulation newspaper has been taken private and will be delisted from Canada's main stock exchange. The Toronto Star has officially been sold. Canadian businessmen Jordan Bittove and Paul Rivet have officially sealed the deal to take over
Bye,
the
black
Star, the
journalists.
paper's
You're
publisher.
all
The $60
independent.
million deal was made to the two-man
web
company called
bloggers or some
North Star.
shit,
The Class B stock will now be delisted from the TSX. As for what's next,
What about the Class A?
Bittove was
If there's a
quoted
Class B, there has
in
to be
the
a Class
Toronto
A.
Star
So,
as saying that he's going to listen to employees
That's
first,
their-
saying, quote, we're
they
going
can
to
still
go into the
sell it on
office,
the
sit down
market.
and listen and hear perspectives on what we need to do. We will listen to everyone,
Oh.
end quote. All right, we got airline stocks taking flight today as U.S. politicians talk about a further bailout for the hard-hit sector. More than a dozen Republican senators backed a $25 billion additional federal bailout. American Airlines stock was up 9.5%. Delta Airlines up 4%. Air Canada stock moved higher as well today. It was up 4%, $15.72, although the Canadian federal government has yet to announce any details of any bailout for Air Canada. Broader markets with a big Wednesday winner. The TSX up 133 points.
That's the government of
to
Canada's solution.
16,501. The TSX on the year
Terrorist
is down just
financing. One of the
1.4%.
options of
Now, on helping
intended
matters with
use
commodities,
is
oil,
daily banking.
a 5-month high For the Texas tea, it was up to $42.19 per barrel amid
I
falling
was
U.S.
going to purchase diesel
Gold
fuel
at
and
another record,
fertilizer, but I'll just stick with
$2,052
daily
US the ounce. The Dow was up 372 points
No,
to
I think the Lebanese have a
27,201.
shitload of it
S&P
laying
up
around.
0.6%. And the 31st record high
It
point
just
of the year for the
earned previous
Nasdaq.
year 1 penny.
7 points. Canadian dollar up to 75.28 cents US. At the Business Center, I'm Richard Southern.
Okay, you asked for it. Dodge Garage Doors summer blowout sale is extended just 2 weeks.
And I think they started deleting my old messages in my inbox, which I never gave them permission to do.
Massive summer sale. Buy Canada's top quality
I'm
Dodge
getting all
Doors
sorts of
now.
weirdo messages and they're deleting all the old ones
That's
with
right.
important
0%
information.
financing. Offer ends August 16th. Save now.
Dodge. D-O-D-E-S. Remember, no one does it better than Dodge does. No one. It's all about the talent on City TV. This is an audition I will never forget. The judges.
I love this. You just blew my mind.
The prize. This is the biggest talent show in the world. This show.
This is what I want to see when I watch America's Got Talent.
Without people like you, we have no show. It doesn't get any better than this. Oh, you blew the roof off. America's Got Talent. Tuesdays, 8, 7 Central on City TV or stream live at citytv.com.
Right now in downtown Toronto, cloudy skies, 21 degrees, 680 news time.
Number one for breaking news, traffic, and weather. This is 680 News, Toronto.
Wednesday, August 5th. Good evening. I'm Scott Burnett.
And I'm Nyneteen. Here's what's making news this hour. The Canadian government is providing an initial $5 million in humanitarian assistance for the people of Lebanon. Tuesday's explosion in Beirut killed at least 135 people and injured thousands more.
A midday shooting near Queen and Spadina sends a woman in her 20s to hospital. Police say the suspect is still at large.
It looks like Torontonians are doing their part in flattening the curve as low case numbers follow the city's first weekend in stage 3.
A shooting in Mississauga on Monday has now become Peel Region's 7th homicide of the year. The Raptors continue to lead the
order they died or the order they get shot?
Close out a win on the road.
Like, what if he gets shot on Monday? Somebody else gets shot on Tuesday. He dies on Thursday, you die on Friday. Which one's the first homicide? These are the goddamn things I did. No, on Wednesday I go to church twice.
Time for traffic and weather together. On the ones to the remote traffic center we go. Good evening, Craig here.
Hey, good evening, Scott and Eden. This report brought to you by 407 ATR. So just the construction projects that are causing problems and delays right now. We have a lot of it. Eastbound 401 as you approach Guelph Line. It's only the right lane open, so now a 6-kilometer backup as you approach this construction stretch and go through it. It's a very nasty drive through that zone. And then approaching the 427 in the express, 2 right lanes are blocked off. It's slightly slow. It's worse coming back the other way, westbound 401 approaching the 427. We have construction and it stretches for quite a while. The express is closed from south of the airport to west of here, Ontario. So that's jamming you up. We're approaching the 427 to south of the airport in the express. Back to the eastbound 401, delays from Keel to Allen in the express, and then from Keel to the Allen in the collectors. There's really no avoiding it unless you want to get off the highway. You can get off at Keel and then maybe take Wilson, and then you can travel eastbound, maybe just go all the way to Avenue and jump back on. If you want to avoid it, eastbound 401 delays from Port Hope en route to Toronto Road as you go through Port Hope. And this is because you're down to a single lane for maintenance. Westbound 401 delays from approaching Avenue through to the Allen in the Express. 2 left lanes are closed. The Collectors is moving well tonight, though, which is good news. So transfer as you approach Avenue into the Collectors. Also note, approaching the 400, the transfer into the Collectors there is closed. So if you want the 400, you're going to have to transfer at that transfer approaching Avenue. 407 ETR is helping communities and hospitals with a $5.2 million donation to United Way and JTHA hospitals. Learn more at 407etr.com. Next report at 10:11 with forecast. Here's Michelle Nelson.
There was a couple extra words in there that your boss did not approve
Temperatures near 20 degrees, clear skies with a low near 12 overnight. Pretty chilly. We'll have some breezy winds out of the northwest, but those will ease around midnight. Grab a sweater or a light jacket if you are heading out late. Your overnight low is 12. Right now in downtown Toronto, a few clouds, 21 degrees, and a Kitchener more cloudy and 18. 680 News Time, 10:03.
The death toll is rising in the Beirut blast that leveled part of the Lebanese capital. This as the search for survivors continues today. The latest number showing at least 135 people dead and about 5,000 injured.
The Canadian government is providing an initial $5 million in humanitarian assistance. As 680's Phil Martino tells us, Lebanese Canadians also want to do their part to help the victims.
Mohamed Faki, the CEO of Pyramid Fine Foods, is from Beirut. He says he still has family there and employees working for him in the Lebanese capital.
A lot of people are saying, Mohamed, why haven't you stopped the fundraising? Why haven't you stopped this, that? Lebanon has an issue. How do you get the money to the people's head?
Faki says he's working with Canadian Lebanese leaders, various agencies, and the federal government to come up with the best way to get aid to Beirut. Meantime, investigators have begun searching through the wreckage for clues to the cause of the massive explosion. Officials from the port of Beirut have been put under house arrest as part of the investigation. I'm Phil Martino.
There's a reason Canadian and American coins are built the same way exactly.
In the city's fashion district in
coins in the world match up with U.S.
25 has the latest from police.
Constable Alex Lee says police received multiple calls for a shooting on Augusta Avenue near Queen and Spadina at around 2:15 p.m. There was multiple gunshots heard in the area. Officers arrived on scene and fortunately located an adult female suffering from gunshot wounds. That victim, a 26-year-old woman, was rushed to hospital with serious injuries.
Tell us about it. It's always
the suspect is a man in his mid-20s wearing a black hoodie and a surgical mask, and it's too early to determine if the victim was targeted.
Friggin' surgical students, medical students.
Shooting, they are going to take all actions necessary to make sure that they've spoken to all witnesses.
No other injuries have been reported. I'm Asher Roth.
The shooting in Mississauga on Monday has now become Peel Region's 7th homicide of the year. Emergency crews found a 25-year-old victim suffering from life-threatening gunshot wounds in the area of Huntington Ridge Drive and Mavis Road, just past Eglinton, around 9:30 Monday. They were rushed to hospital where we've now learned they've died from their injuries. It's now being identified as 25-year-old Abdi Fatah Salah of Mississauga. Police have yet to release any information about suspects at this time. Investigators are asking to speak with anyone in the area or who has information or dashcam footage.
Here with All News Radio 680 News at 10:05. The city's top doctor says she likes what she sees as Torontonians adapt to stage 3. However, Dr. Eileen Davila says it's still not time for large gatherings or get-togethers. 680's Madison Fitzpatrick joins us live with those details. Madison.
Yeah, Scott, Medical Officer of Health Dr. Eileen Davila said residents of Toronto look to be doing their part to keep each other safe. This after a steady low case numbers following Toronto's first weekend of stage 3. But she says the pandemic is far from over.
We will continue to live with COVID-19 for some time, and we need to keep doing our best to prevent this virus from spreading throughout our city.
While Toronto's numbers are holding steady, this doesn't mean the city won't see an uptick in COVID-19.
These increases don't happen overnight. It can take up to 14 days to develop symptoms after being exposed to the virus, and then testing needs to be done before the positive results are then reported to public health and reflected in our numbers. This is why it is critical that we keep monitoring our numbers closely over the next few weeks to see how our reopening is impacting virus spread.
But Davila also noted there is certainly more energy and more life in the city of Toronto. Reporting live, Madison Fitzpatrick, 680 News.
680 News Time, 10:07. If you're dining out, the city's new rules require that you provide contact information for contact tracing. But former privacy commissioner says the system is
what? So what if it's takeout?
Yes, Sandy from City News has more.
Since the start of July, the
spaghetti factory has been keeping close track of guests. Under the city's new rules, restaurants have to maintain the records for at least a month. But there is no information on how to properly dispose of it.
One of the province's leading privacy timestamp card things. I'll put my phone number shit on it every time I come in.
This thing is fraught with problems. I don't think they've given it the thought that it requires.
I'm joking. My name is set it up like
but they're not in the business
of
And you
securing
can just go
data.
through the cards and figure out who's it, and you can do that. But you're gonna have to come do that when someone gets sick. It's not gonna be
Make
this
it
year.
easier for them.
The old spaghetti factory does happen to have access to a shredder. For the most part, they say customers have complied with the new rules. Still, though, experts say it shouldn't be an either-or situation,
Yeah, no
and the matter should be
transactions
dealt
is
with in a
like a
privacy-protected
fair
way, pointing to the COVID Alert app as a solution that would anonymously alert people in close contact with COVID-positive patients. For City News, I'm Tina Danny.
Here with All News Radio 680 News at 10:08. The federal government says it's planning to secure doses of a COVID-19 vaccine if and when it becomes available. This is the province reports another day of fewer than 100 cases.
There's no vaccine for COVID-19 yet, but with several companies around the world working on it, Federal Procurement Minister Anita Anand says they've inked deals with two major pharma companies.
You think I was fucking kidding, stupid?
Disagreements with Moderna and Pfizer are indicative of our aggressive approach to secure access to vaccine candidates now, so that Canadians are at the front of the line when a vaccine becomes available.
Not won't say how much this is costing because they're still negotiating with other manufacturers, but did say safety is paramount.
All of the vaccines are going to require approval. Obviously, Health Canada regulatory approval is central here. The contracts reflect the requirement for Health Canada approval.
This comes as Ontario continues to flatten the curve with 89 new cases of COVID-19 today. That's the third day in a row with fewer than 100 cases.
I snapped because it's sitting right in plain sight in front of me looking like a Lego set. I wouldn't know the difference. It stood perfectly still. It wasn't right next to the bite.
And now Twitter is stepping up to do the same.
They thought it was smart. Why is it eating when it's that fat?
About the
It
virus,
obviously
including
didn't like what it ate.
false claims that a group of people is immune. The same video has also been posted to Twitter and remains live on the president's campaign feed, despite a long history of being flagged on the website. According to the Washington Post, the spokesperson says that he will be unable to tweet from that campaign account until the video is deleted. In the past, Facebook has opted to label posts from Trump with a warning instead of deleting them altogether.
Because if you could,
This is 680 News. And the 680 News gas price update. And processed price of gas is going to go up 1 cent at midnight to $1.09 a liter at most GTA stations. Coming up in 30 seconds, traffic and weather together on the ones.
680 News Time, 10:10.
Save big during Aero Furniture's sensational summer sale. Sensational because you're supporting Canadian manufacturers and distributors.
Doesn't use up out of those
2022.
balls.
Shop Aero Furniture today to help support your Canadian manufacturers and distributors. The sensational summer sale on now for a limited time.
It spreads through moisture, any type of bodily fluid droplets. Well, it's not airborne and it will die instant it dries out.
That's aerofurniture.com.
But I don't want it all over my hands or touching somebody else's fucking
traffic and weather together on the ones.
Okay, less of it's just mine.
This report brought to you by 680 News Gets Answers. So a whole lot of construction. We'll just talk about the stretches where it's very, very slow, and it's all because of maintenance that's happening. Eastbound 401 approaching Guelph line, you're down to a single lane. 6-kilometer back through here. Then approaching the 427 in the express, slightly slow as you approach this construction zone and go through it. Two lanes are blocked off. It's much heavier on the other side of the highway. But we'll stick on the east 401 for now. Busy from Kiel to the Allen in both the express and collectors. And then from Port Hope en route to Toronto Road, as you go through Port Hope, we have the highway down to a single lane, and that's causing some really slow downs, some slow travel signs. We have the Markham Road ramps to and from the westbound 401 shut down now. They are setting up to the express through Markham Road as well. 2 left lanes are blocked off, but so far so good. Westbound 401 is solid from approaching Avenue to the Allen in the express. Just also note that the approaching the 400, the transfer into the collectors is closed. So if you want to beat this express delay, transfer into the collectors as you approach Avenue, and that will also allow you to bypass this delay, but also get onto the 400 if you want to, because that transfer as you approach the 400 is closed off. Westbound 401 approaching the 427 is south of the airport in the express. That's a slow drive. They've shut down the express lanes themselves from south of the airport to west of your Ontario. If you have questions about COVID-19, 680 News is working to get you the answers you need. Ask us anytime at 416-872-6800, and we'll work to get you the answer. Your next report's at 10:21. Forecast, here's Michelle Nelson.
We're really looking at a calm August night. Temperatures around 20 degrees, some breezy winds into the northwest. It is going to feel quite cool, especially through the overnight. Chilly lows near 12 degrees. Dry with clear skies for tomorrow morning. We're looking at a morning low near 16, and then sunshine through the day. A very high UV index. Your daytime high will be 25. Your overnight low is 12 degrees.
For the next month.
Downtown Toronto right now, a few clouds and 21 degrees. We're down to 18 now at Pearson International Airport. 680 News time, 10:13. Remember, Toronto, the only 680 News is the only Toronto radio station with a weather guarantee. Our jackpot for today, $8,200 for your chance at that cash. Head to 680news.com/contest. It's a quiet summer for people who live near Canada's Wonderland. The amusement park closed, even though Vaughan and the rest of the GTA have advanced to stage 3 of the province's economic recovery plan.
Would have never dreamed to let somebody have access to the rest of the
We are not confident, given the circulation of people coming from
somebody
different parts
obviously
of
thought
Ontario
ahead
and parts
to do
of Canada.
that. Who?
At this point in time,
DARPA.
those themed parks until the rest of Ontario, all
That's how
Ontario
those internet
is
cameras on the
stage
highway work. And they're using them to check the weather now. That was unintended use.
Marineland and Niagara Falls, though, has been allowed to reopen. McLeod saying the park has fewer high touch points versus Canada's Wonderland. In 60 seconds, check your headlines. 680 News time, 10:14.
Side of the highway, counting the number of cars that go by. I'm not sure.
Place you buy your toilet paper.
Go to the stores and it's on top of things out here.
Every single brand of safety footwear.
This was obviously before they had computerized sensors and cameras to take care of it.
PPE since 1975. You'll feel like a kid in a candy store with candy experts on hand. Work anywhere. What does the N stand for? Not now, Norm. Oh, in Markham and Scarborough or at workanywhere.ca.
So I will stand in front of your train to stop it from moving across my lane just for you to make money and steal it from me. But if some idiot thinks he's going to come fuck with a train or steal something, I'll put loads and come back in.
Really exactly what I was looking for.
I think they change and they don't change. They're really the same, but you don't realize you call me the eco-terrorist.
4,700 in total price adjustments with optional features selected on
Anti-police, white,
Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
eco-terrorist. That makes no sense either. There's no white eco-terrorist. Mailman the last ones.
We have a clear sky now in downtown Toronto. 20 degrees going down to a cool overnight low of 14. Good evening. I'm Scott Burnett. Thanks for joining us here. The top stories right now. Ottawa pledging $5 million in humanitarian assistance just one day after a massive explosion in favor.
It's not my fault.
That number expected to rise. A 25-year-old man who was shot in Mississauga earlier this week has died in hospital. Andy Fatah is now the city's Peel region's seventh homicide victim of the year. And Facebook getting at the shears tonight, deleting a video post from President Donald Trump in which he tells Fox News children are almost immune to COVID-19. That same video posted to Twitter on the president's campaign feed, despite a long history of being flagged by the site. And Twitter says that feed cannot post until it's taken down.
Oh, so you're not going over sports at 5. That's
Remember in 2000, Orlando, the Raptors taking on the Magic, and Toronto leads it right now, 91-79.
We deleted 35,000 accounts belonging to registered sex offenders.
Shooting 50% from the field.
You don't know what they're doing.
While they've held
they're on
away
your site still,
41% shooting
on the deleted their accounts. They all know you're on them.
On Sportsnet 1. Over in Atlanta, the Blue Jays looking to close out a win over the Braves. They lead it 2-1 in the bottom of the 9th inning. You can hear it on Sportsnet 590 The Fan or watch it on Sportsnet 360. Major League defenseman Jake Munson is done for the rest of the series against the Columbus Blue Jackets following his injury in game number 2. He was discharged from hospital overnight and is back in the team's hotel quarantining. Game number 3 will go tomorrow. Right now, after 40 minutes of action, Montreal and Pittsburgh are tied at 3, so you can watch that on Sportsnet. Earlier, the Panthers beat the Islanders 3-2. Avalanche over the Stars 4-0. Lightning topped the Bruins 3-2. And Arizona got the Nashville 4-1 coming up.
De souches transgéniques dont l'effet principal est quand même la production d'une fibre de haute performance. Est-ce que, si on voit, Étienne, on assiste à un genre de naufrage génétique du verra? Soit, puis est-ce qu'il y a des leçons à tirer qui seraient liées à la naissance de cette industrie du verre à soie transgénique? Parce qu'évidemment, on veut produire une fibre, on veut produire quelque chose qui répondra davantage à nos besoins, mais il doit y avoir des risques associés à ça.
Bien sûr.
Bien sûr. Zut, alors!
Et voilà, et c'est finalement l'histoire de l'élevage animal en général chez l'homme. Encore cette fois-ci, pour les insectes, ce sont des chimères avec les premiers éléments industriels, vraiment industriels, il y a 15 ans. Et puis, après 2010, l'Occident s'est réveillé et a vu le potentiel énorme pour l'industrie agroalimentaire. Et là, ce sont des millions de dollars.
Jamaican PSW counselor, whatever they call them in the jail.
On est en train de voir les mêmes erreurs se répéter dans l'industrie. La génétique des grillons d'élevage commence à devenir problématique. Et les maladies ont déjà décimé des entreprises auparavant bien florissantes.
Et là, je vous interromps là-dessus, mais quand vous parlez de grillons d'élevage, c'est pour la consommation.
God, build his own prison in certain time of the year. Fucking crazy.
Ils sont utilisés pour la consommation animale ou
humaine.
On peut utiliser ce qu'on appelle les mouches soldats noirs, on peut utiliser les télévisions munies et les grillons. Et tranquillement, on voit quand même des problèmes dans les élevages.
Not look for all of the other coronaviruses or all of the other viruses that are out there. The one that you get done is very specific to the COVID-19 virus. If you get the test done and it's positive, it means that it's positive for the SARS-CoV-2, the COVID-19 virus.
Of course.
In this week's Ask Me Anything session, Dr. Vinita Dubey addressed several concerns about sending kids back to school and safety while dining indoors at restaurants. For the full chat, you can go to our website, 680news.com.
Well, kind of had allergies.
Your home Ottawa is joining Lebanese Canadians working to help the victims and those affected by the massive explosion in Beirut, but they're not the only ones stepping up. The World Health Organization says it's airlifting medical supplies to Lebanon, while Russia says it's contributing as well.
The WHO says it expects to cover up to 1,000 trauma and up to 1,000 surgical interventions following the explosion in Beirut. Supplies airlifted from a humanitarian hub in Dubai will be used to treat burns and wounds caused by broken glass and other debris from the massive blast. Separately, Russian emergency officials say the first Russian plane with medical workers and equipment from a makeshift hospital has left the country and is heading to Lebanon. 4 more flights will follow in the next 24 hours with more rescuers and medical workers. I'm Charles
exchange reserves in oil.
Days after proving that Falcon rocket and Dragon crew capsule could safely carry humans into space and back, SpaceX is celebrating another win today. It may look like a giant water heater.
Arms ain't even there no more.
Starship prototype rocket has successfully conducted a test flight, lifting off from the SpaceX South Texas facility, flying laterally about 150 yards and then gently touching down again on its legs. That small hop for the Starship could be a big step toward Elon Musk's dream of an interplanetary expedition. After the test, the founder of SpaceX tweeted, "Mars is looking great." Jim Ryan, ABC News.
680 News Time, 10:21. Well, that swoosh means it's time for traffic and weather together. All the ones, let's swoosh over to the remote traffic center.
You can't call it a switch. You can't call it a swoosh.
First of all, brought to you by Leon's Furniture, and not a lot of swooshing going on through these.
Everybody's up beatboxing.
It's a very slow drive. Eastbound 401, you are slowly puttering along. It's a putter approaching Guelph Line down to a single lane. It's a 6-kilometer backup now. Eastbound 401 approaching the 427 in the express. They have 2 right lanes closed. It's pretty slow through there, but it's not as bad as if you're on the westbound side through that zone. East of Kipling, east of the 400, the express lanes are closed, and right now we're seeing a delay as you're trying to get into the collectors. So there's only a couple of lanes open at the split east of Kipling, so it's a little slow going through there. Eastbound 401, delays between Kiel and Allen in both the express and collectors because of maintenance. We also have delays east of Port Hope en route to Toronto Road. It seems to be getting better as you go through Port Hope, but just delays all the way
from the west to the east on the East 401, westbound 401. It's slow approaching Avenue to the Allen in the Express. You want to be in the Collectors approaching Avenue, so transfer there, and that'll be good if you need to get onto the 400 as well, because approaching the 400, the transfer to the Collectors has been closed. Westbound 401 delays approaching the 427 to south of the airport in the Express. It's very slow. That's where you're transferring into the Collectors because the Express is closed south of the airport to west of Huron, Ontario. So that transfer south of the airport, everyone needs to move over. Delays now southbound 400.
Thanks for clarifying, sir.
The summer savings sale is on at Leon's for a limited time. Shop the hottest deals throughout the showroom on furniture, mattresses, appliances, and more. Shop in-store or online, leons.ca for details. Your next report is at 10:31 with the forecast. Here's Michelle Nelson.
Well, after a few days of stormy weather, we are now in a more stable air mass. Today really marked the beginning of a dry stretch that will last until Sunday. Mainly clear tonight, some breezy winds out of the northwest. Those will ease after midnight. Temperatures hover near 20 degrees. We're looking at an overnight low of 12. Waking up to sunshine tomorrow, 16 degrees early to start us off. So a little bit on the cool side, but we will warm up for the afternoon. You're looking at a daytime high of 25, sun and cloud through the afternoon hours, and then we'll see the heat and humidity really build back in for the weekend. By Monday, it will feel closer to 37 again. Your overnight low is 12 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, clear skies, 19 degrees, and appears near Port Clear and 16.
680 News Time, 10:24.
Hi. I'm Adam, founder of NewBorrow.com, and I started our company after I got fed up with the mortgage loan process. Turns out I wasn't alone.
Est aussi enregistré comme un danger potentiel pour nous avertir que si éventuellement on se retrouve dans les mêmes conditions, il y a quelque chose de douloureux qui pourrait nous arriver. Alors, par exemple, si un de nos proches meurt, la température qui faisait à cette période-là, la luminosité des journées, les indices saisonniers comme la fonte des neiges, les feuilles
bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green, black bandana, black bandana, black and green. Black bandana, black and green, bandana, black bandana, black and green, bandana. Black bandana, black and green bandana.
Hey, yo, Stick, check this shit out on the news, man. Yo, Stick.
10,000 law enforcement officers are trying to find a killer in Los Angeles, California. A sweeping manhunt triggered by this man. Accused of a shooting spree, targeting fellow cops and their families. And these images say it all. Police officers on the hunt for someone who knows their codes, their moves.
You ain't shit without a badge and a gun. Fuck the law. We don't care. Get done. Fuck the law. In the hood, no respect for the one. Fuck the law. Got a warrant and you want the one. Fuck the law. We ain't shit without a badge and a gun. Fuck the law. We don't care if the biz get done. Fuck the law. In the hood, no respect for the ones. Fuck the law. Got a warrant and you want to run. Fuck the law.
On the run, I'm a fugitive. Play low key, broke out of jail. They ain't built to sell alcohol. And help from the inside, escape through the snow, swim a mile and a half. Almost drowned in the river, had to lose my scent. Cause I know they got the dogs out. I ain't going back, fuck that. I'm going all out. Something happened to the side the crowd. See a freeway, I need to hit your ride. Damn, that's my only G. Jumped up in my car like a dummy. He slammed on his brakes, stopped 2 inches from me. Jumped out the whip like you alright. I took his car, his wallet, without much of a fight. Ran through a light, crashed right through a roadblock. Almost spun out. Ran over 4 cops. The heat is on. I ain't trying to let these pigs get me. That ain't the only thing between me and the city.
We ain't shit without a badge and a gun. Fuck the law. We don't care if the biz get done. Fuck the law. In the hood, no respect for the ones. Fuck the law. You got a warrant and you want to run. Fuck the law. We ain't shit without a badge and a gun. Fuck the law. We don't care if
niggas smoke gas. Another night with the smoke from the tear gas. Yo, we mobbing, niggas got gas masks. Cops coming, don't niggas gotta tear ass. They wanna put handcuffs on my black wrist. Better know what the Patriot Act is. Federales got my name on the blacklist. They wanna see a nigga fry like catfish. In the streets, niggas die like it's death row. 100 bags in the very last breath, yo. On some real shit, I don't give a F, yo. I wish a cop would try me, dash low. The ones in the hood so disconnected. Police on the block get disrespected. Live by the guns, then you might die with it. There's a war going on, so I ride with it. You ain't shit without a badge and a gun. Fuck the law. We don't care if the bids get done. Fuck the law. In the hood, no respect for the one. Fuck the law. You got a warrant and you on the run. Fuck the law. You ain't shit without a badge and a gun. Fuck the law. We don't care if the bids get done. Fuck the law. In the hood, no respect for the one. Fuck the law. You got a warrant and you on the run, fuck the law.
Artillery, LA police opened fire on this blue truck. Similar to the truck. People inside just innocent bystanders. These are now we're extremely careful and we're worried about this individual taking every precaution we possibly can. Wow. That ain't how we feel.
Telephone wire.
Motherfucking police always be fucking with me.
Yeah, there's only like 4 references to me and my dad, and that's my friends and family. It's not just me, more than just me. Some of the tracks from 6 years ago with the exact same title.
I'ma show you one time, force you to learn. Then it's over for you clowns and you forfeit your turn. Torture and burn, killing no remorse or concern. I put your ashes on a mantle in a porcelain urn. Court is adjourned, like bids handed out. No speaking, you better watch your step, cuz no sleeping. Put your goons in a hot whip, slow creeping. Hopping out, masked up, the flow decrease. These are cats that blasted for no reason. They ride for the cause, blasted the Mohicans. Blast of a dying breed, you don't wanna die and bleed. You will perish finally if you see the iron squeeze. Time to leave. Shit is gonna get mucky. No miracles. You ain't gonna get lucky. It isn't gonna play like that. You gon' stiff and you gon' stay like that. Lay great flesh, you gone. Bah, it's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive, you gone. Bah, it's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive. Talking about you let the 40 buck niggas score you up on a hot phone tap, follow home police watching 10 drop pimps talking hoes that be street walking. A deep option is to get the beat popping. A peace offering went to saying rest in peace often. Sleep coffin 6 feet, death is a must. Arrested and cuffed, prison ride next is a bust. The road cold, but the paper keep us warm in the night. With North Faces, bottle A's, but we pouring the light. Tunnel vision, eyes lock, all I see is a dollar. Piece of shit in the mirror, all I see is my father, fuck him. The game got us all twisted in a hurricane. Lost my mind when the crime came and the murders came. All my niggas getting bread on the grind. There's no bail when you're locked to in federal time. You gone, bah, it's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive. You gone, bah, it's a homicide.
They exchange coins, money, so
this is traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive. I'm telling motherfucker to come harder than me and Grand. Use the blam, empty the clip until I see him land. All out, empty the strip. People fleeing rent. I need a plan, triple beam scale and a key of grams. Legal jams, no options available. Coppers are telling you, close friends feeling you. Penny shit trailer, movers in the glass truck. Cocaine moving so faster than NASCAR. Trying to earn hard, but you crashed in a firestorm. Trying to live the life of a G in a higher form. My dogs are riding for blood in and blood out. If you ain't down with my team, bitch, get the fuck out. I take a bullet for my fam, I'm my brother's keeper. It ain't about no music, the struggle's deeper. Drugs and tweakers searching for the best rock trap house. T-grams, crack man, next shot. Gone, bah, It's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive. Strong survive. God, why? It's a homicide. Family and your mama cry, permanently traumatized. On the grind and the murder rate is on the rise. Only the strong survive.
So at that transfer step at the airport, that's where you need to transfer to the collectors. So 400 through King Road, 2 left lanes are blocked off. Next report at 10:41. Here's the forecast with Michelle Nelson.
Mostly clear skies tonight, some breezy northwesterly winds. We'll see temperatures hover near 20 degrees and then dropping down to a cool low of 12 through the overnight. No active weather in sight. We're really getting into this dry stretch, and that's going to continue for tomorrow. Your overnight low is 12.
And right now in downtown Toronto, a clear sky, 20 degrees, 680 News Time, 10:33.
The death toll is rising in Beirut as officials continue their search for survivors of a blast that leveled parts of the city. Here at home, the federal government is sending $5 million in humanitarian aid towards food, shelter, and emergency medical services.
680's Phil Martino joins us with the latest on Lebanese Canadians doing their part to help.
Mohamed Faki, the CEO of Paramount Fine Foods, is from Beirut. He says he was devastated to hear about what happened in the Lebanese capital, where he grew up. Faki is working with Canadian Lebanese leaders, various agencies, and the federal government to come up with a plan to get aid to Beirut.
So even if we wire money to help, doesn't mean that the people are going to get the help. And people need the help immediately. They can't have bank stopping the money. They can't have any organization stopping the money.
The Lebanese Club of Ottawa has already started an online fundraiser for the victims of the blast. Meantime, the investigation into the cause of the blast has begun. It's focusing on how 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate came to be stored at the port for years. I'm Phil Martino.
Meantime, U.S. President Donald Trump is continuing to suggest today that the massive explosion in Lebanon might not have been an accident.
Whatever happened is terrible, but they don't really know what it is. Nobody knows yet. At this moment, they're looking. It could have been.
You're going to stir shit up when you shut
left.
All the most serious fucking terrorists in the world said, holy
explosive
shit.
type devices and things around, perhaps it was that, perhaps it was an attack.
Hey, aren't you involved in making sure these idiots keep getting
Trump adds that his government is looking into the incident, quote, very strongly.
680 News Time at 10:35. Police continue their investigation into a scary incident in the city's fashion district where midday shooting sent a young woman to hospital. Here's 680's Pastor Rock. Officers were called to Queen and Augusta just west of Spadina at around 2:15 p.m. Constable Alex Lee says they arrived to find a 26-year-old woman who had been shot multiple times.
The injuries are serious. As a result, the female victim has been transported to a local trauma hospital.
The suspect is described as a man in his 20s with a medium build, wearing a black hoodie and a surgical mask. Constable Lee says police are looking to speak with witnesses or anyone in the area with surveillance or dash cam footage.
It's broad daylight. People are walking in and about, going about their day, and we're appealing to those people for possible witness information.
He says it's too early in the investigation to determine whether or not the victim was targeted. I'm Asher Roth.
680 News Time, 10:35. Peel Regional Police say a 25-year-old victim of a shooting on Monday has now died in hospital.
No nation on the planet would let women fight with
Huntington Ridge Drive in Mavisville around 9:30 p.m. When they arrived, they found a man suffering from life-threatening injuries. He was then rushed to a trauma center where he has since passed away. That victim has been identified now as 25-year-old Abdi Fatah of Mississauga. Investigators are asking anyone with information or dash cam footage of the incident to contact them.
When they know who the
fuck
it is who got shot,
in
they
stage
won't
3 of the province's reopening plan has come and gone. And
wait for
according
now
to
to be like,
Toronto's
oh,
top doctor, we passed 680 Madison Fitzpatrick has more from Dr. Eileen Davila.
At the city's press briefing Wednesday afternoon, medical officer of health Dr. Eileen Davila thanked residents of Toronto for doing their part to keep each other safe during Toronto's first weekend of Stage 3.
I was pleased to see people moving around our city, out there on their bikes, walking around with smiles on their faces. I noticed others physically distanced. Many residents were also doing their part by wearing their masks as they went about their days.
She added that Torontonians' actions over the past few months have played an important role in the steady low case numbers the city has seen recently.
These actions, along with our other public health measures,
there's a lot of
have
cities out there
helped
that
us to
recognize the
safely
word
reopen
Toronto.
parts of our city so we can
We're
have
going through the
safer
crimes.
social connections with our friends and
Who the
our
fuck's
loved
number one?
ones.
Toronto. What the fuck's
also
that?
encouraged people to download the new COVID-19 alert app, which notifies users if they have come into close contact with another user in the past 14 days who has tested positive for the virus. I'm Madison Fitzpatrick.
Tenants are calling on local officials to protect them from mass evictions, saying vulnerable people in the city will be left homeless. Here's five of the
landlords telling you gotta wear a mask.
Resident Vincent Salim says he has received several notices of non-payment from his landlord, along with threatening letters. Immediately after he lost his job in March, though he receives the CERB funding, he says he's frightened that the government will one day tell him he no longer qualifies and will be required to pay that money back.
I was worried about not having enough money to survive. Working class people are the one that has been hit the hardest.
Salim says they've been trying to negotiate a payment agreement to no avail, but now fearing they will all be taken to the LTV for eviction.
We have tried to work things out with the landlord, and they refuse. They refuse our collective.
Yeah, because they think they're going to get a higher paying tenant.
Actually,
they're going to re-renovate the place.
Torontonians have called on Mayor John Tory to intervene, saying evictions will lead to homelessness and public health concerns. And in response to banning evictions in Toronto, the city's legal services say the mayor does not have any legal power to do that. For City News, I'm Faiza Neal.
Dollars or some shit.
The federal government has announced a deal with several pharmaceutical companies paving the way for a possible vaccine. This as the province reports another day of fewer than 100 new cases of COVID-19. 680's Mama Qureshi has more.
The O and UNO sense
for COVID-19, but a few companies around the world are getting closer with each passing day. Federal Procurement Minister Anita Anand says when that day comes, she wants Canada to be at the front of the line.
We are ensuring that Canada will be ready to protect our citizens when a vaccine is developed.
The government has secured deals with Moderna and Pfizer, who are both in stage 3 of testing potential vaccines. And I'm stressing, when it comes to a vaccine, they have to make sure it's safe.
The approval of Health Canada, the regulatory approval, is fundamental to our contracting process.
The government says it's still negotiating with other manufacturers as well as investing in Canadian companies working on the vaccine. This all comes as Ontario reports 89 confirmed cases of COVID-19 today. That's the third consecutive day with fewer than 100 cases. I'm Momin Qureshi.
Apartment and condo dwellers now have to mask up when they leave their unit. New bylaw taking effect this morning, making face coverings mandatory in your common areas of residential buildings. The bylaw putting the responsibility on building owners and property managers to adopt the policy to ensure masks are worn by residents. Children and those who can't wear a mask for a medical reason are exempt.
This is 680 News. The New York prosecutor who has been fighting unsuccessfully so far the U.S. President Donald Trump's tax returns has struck gold. The bank
they do it once a year. They don't even write it down here. Twice for them to make them know.
Including financial statements,
2 years in a row for them to catch that.
Money. That's Deutsche Bank in the States.
Deutsche Bank.
The prosecutor is amongst several authorities
I know how to say
launching
Deutsch.
an investigation last year after Trump's former personal
listen to that. So you hear that sound he made? He made that sound last time. You better shoot him.
Misleading business accountants and tax officials about the value of his assets. Dance hasn't disclosed details about the probe itself, but his lawyers told a federal judge this week that it was, quote, a complex financial investigation.
The Fahrenheit 451. The anti-Nazi book. It's much more about not studying the Nazis.
Every 10 minutes on 680 News.
Now time for the 680 News gas price update. Emperor says the price of gas will raise 1 cent at midnight to $1.19 a liter at most GTA stations. Traffic and weather together next.
Heavy D, man.
Hi, Steve Friedman here. These days, everyone that I know are spending more time
just like on the $10 bill. Yeah, I didn't do any of this. I didn't make any of this shit happen.
Unusual times. And who does home better than the Chesterfield shop?
Right,
That's right. Unsurpassed comfort in leathers and fabrics. Let us make your home a home sweet home. The Chesterfield shop, your leather superstar. Visit us today during our summer seating sale for best selection and factory specials.
680 News Time, 10:41. It's time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Craig Gear.
This report is brought to you by Sherwin-Williams. So a lot of construction eastbound 401 as you approach Guelph Line down to a single right lane. It's a 7-kilometer backup now, so it's a nightmare. Eastbound 401 east of Kipling to east of the 400. The express lanes are closed, so still with a delay here as you're waiting your turn to get into the collectors. Only a couple lanes.
Could be worse. I could
will
have
let
like
you
a
do
really
that
hairy
at the
back.
split east of Kipling. And then still with delays, eastbound 401 between Kiel and Allen in both the express and collectors. Westbound 401 at Broad Street starting to slow now with just that right lane open. And then it's very heavy approaching Avenue to the Allen in the express. Be in the collectors to avoid it, and you can transfer to the collectors as you approach Avenue. That transfer there. Also, if you want to get on the 400, you'll have to do it there. The transfer to the collectors approaching the 400 has been shut down. Still slow west 401 approaching the 427 to south of the airport in the express. South of the airport is where you will be transferring into the collectors as the express lanes are closed through to west of Huron, Ontario for that whole stretch for some overnight construction. Ask Sherwin-Williams and get your color your way. Shop in-store or call for curbside pickup and get everything you need without leaving your car. Your next report is at 10:51 with the forecast. Here's Michelle Nelson.
Not a bad night in the GTA. A little bit on the cool side. Below seasonal really is. We drop to a low near 12. Seasonal lows this time of year should be around 17. So grab a light jacket or sweater if you are heading out for a late walk or maybe to hit up the patio. You are going to need it. Breezy winds out of the northwest, but those will ease after midnight. Really gorgeous summer conditions for tomorrow. We have a very high UV index, so lots of sunshine. Your high will be 25. We'll see a few clouds for the afternoon. Your overnight low is 12 degrees.
Right now in downtown Toronto, clear skies, 19 degrees, and at Pearson Airport, clear and 16. 680 News time, 10:43. Quick reminder that 680 News will be airing Game 3 of the Stanley Cup qualifiers between the Leafs and the Blue Jackets tomorrow night. We'll be covering all the action starting at 8 p.m. right here, but you will still be able to get your regular breaking news, traffic, and weather online or on our app, your smart speaker, and the Radio Player Canada app as well. 680 News time, 10:44.
Why did you just go until midnight every fucking day and make it
is
simple?
open and ready to
Fridays,
welcome you
Saturdays,
back. Now until August 15th, enjoy a free fun card season's pass upgrade for the price of a single day ticket. That's right, buy one ticket and keep coming back.
The reasoning being that people are feeding it to their kids for breakfast. You know, like these kids love
and new splash pad. Cool off this summer in a safe, fun outdoor experience for the whole family.
All the t-shirt people
Learn
this,
more
these
at
people that
marineland.ca.
feed them whatever they're willing to put in their mouths. Because if I have to put it in their mouth, they're just going to choke on it. And
Vital to your business. ProDoor Dock offers fast, affordable 24-hour emergency service to all makes and models. Their technicians have the expertise to diagnose and repair your equipment the first time. Not happy with your provider? Contact ProDoor Dock. Their mobile app makes placing service calls.
Gee, Bobby ate the Tide, all the Tide pods. Hey, you're supposed to share those.
Your next breakdown or request a free estimate. Visit ProDoor.ca. That's ProDoor.ca.
I don't want to watch you picking kids. So I'm trying to present them. You know, people still somehow think I'm responsible.
It's 16 degrees in downtown Toronto right now. Good evening. I'm Nyneteen. Here's what's making news this hour. The federal government has pledged an initial donation of $5 million towards relief efforts in Beirut after a devastating blast Tuesday evening. At least 135 people have died and some 300,000 others have been displaced from their homes. One woman is in hospital with serious injuries this evening, and Toronto police continue their search for the suspect after daytime shooting in the heart of the fashion district. And Torontonians getting an A+ from our top doctor as COVID-19 case numbers in the city continue to dip.
I don't know why the line is here.
Now, the city sports and Sportsnet, I'm down to the fan. Here's Rob Wong.
Rob Wong, do you sometimes make the mistake of asking for like Cantonese style pizza or something, and they go, "Excuse me," and you go, "Excuse me." You use soy sauce on your cheeseburgers. Actually, that's a German. Well, that's white. That's what Germans are white. Yeah, let's not talk about that. NATO, yeah. Germany, you're not spending enough money on guns. Hey, we let them get away with that on purpose, stupid. We never got the notice in the mail. That's because Canada never sent it. Shut up, you stupid orange motherfucker. Whatever guns Germany doesn't buy, Canada more than has enough made up for it. And if you didn't catch, there's a couple.
Yeah, you know the greatest black guy. He ain't no fucking battle rapper. He ain't no fucking good rapper. This guy's the trash, bro. Yeah, this guy's the trash, bro.
I just double code switched myself. Yeah, this is where you get that.
He ain't no fucking battle rapper. He ain't no fucking good rapper. This guy's the trash.
I'm gonna get shit weighed off. Yeah, I'm one of those kids who knows who Leonard Peltier is and how a Peltier element works.
Some motherfucking mafia. They ain't coming home tonight. Nah, they ain't coming home tonight. I got some dogs doing five trying to see the light, but they ain't coming home tonight. I got some dogs doing 10 trying to see the light, but they ain't coming home tonight. I got some dogs doing life trying to see the light, but they ain't coming home tonight. They paid the price, gave their life, they had to sacrifice, and they ain't coming home tonight. Free up all the dogs that ain't coming home tonight. I got your family, Western Union, I will pay the price. I got your family, anything that fucking need.
Something gotta take over the pizza shop for Queens. All you need is you'll just nope, it'll be boarded up in 20 years from now, it'll still be there with the seats. It's symbolic, I know. It's what we taught Rudy, but people didn't tell me that they were teaching you.
But they ain't coming home tonight. I got some dogs doing 10 trying to see the light, but they ain't coming home tonight. I got some dogs doing life trying to see the light, but they ain't coming home tonight. They paid the price, gave their life, they had to sacrifice, and they ain't coming home tonight. I got some dogs in the pen, could you testify? I catch them up, boy, I'm gonna let them fly. John Gotti tell the truth, this is gang life. Moving on like a kill and it's worldwide. Burning up in Mexico and we let them fly. If you catch a fuck boy, then he's finna die. This is real talk, don't lie. Motherfucker ran his lips, so we got a spark. You better walk it out, you better fly out. Cause I'm a level in the doghouse. Deeper than rap, brothers ain't game back. Come to a level million, we can get a rat. We can hunt them down, put the cheese in the trap. Throw money out till they lay me down. Hold you fuck, roll up 100 rounds. Put the rats in the dirt, yeah, the fucking ground. I got some dogs doing five trying to see the light, but they ain't coming home tonight. I got some dogs doing 10 trying to see the light, but they ain't coming home tonight. I got some dogs doing life trying to see the light, but they ain't coming home tonight. They paid the price, gave their life, they had to sacrifice, and they ain't coming home tonight.
Drug dealers are getting bangs and everywhere slaves. How come we keep finding a showcase and never get any reports of shots? If you're gonna keep being a little pussy, you're just kicked out of the party. So how come you never get any reports of shots? Reports of reports. The report. What's the report? What's your report?
My homie stay bars, open up fingers, sipping on some. We don't like strangers, thug in my blood from the very first day.
I'm the friendliest stranger in the world.
Go to other white hoes all around here. Bitches sleeping on me, they clothes and you get it. Big stacks to get dead when I'm out on the block. If you find, I suggest you get back and get knocked. You're getting money over here, I don't know what you got. Cause the one I got too big to fit in our socks. On my hustle hard, waiting before I came out the box. I'm in the spot all day, even when it gets hot. Only when you see close cold, everything stops. So when the yo goes, then it's back over the chop. Kill the crap, I'ma get my flow on the plus. I'm a flash roll, or your boss over a dust. teach talents like the vision stand up, now let's try. Cause when we step in the building, realize you hear God's drive. In this month, got clocks, time space, so what? If you stand in the way of my bitch, you right. Man, I get that clientele, you, you're not. Ain't no motherfucking games, I get that. You know, chopping, ain't nothing changed. So instead I roll and bang. My homies stay bars, throwing up fingers, sipping on some. We don't like strangers, dug in my blood from the very first day. Certified VA official, don't play. Go the other way, don't come around here. Bitch sleeping on me, they clothes and you get. I walk in like a president do. I got numbers like a Mexican crew. I'm next to win too. I've been up on my grizzly. They looking at me like, who the fuck is he really? I thought I done told them. I got more momentum than a rolling. I'm poking, I'm provoking. Knock me in a coffin. I'm dirty when I kill it. Like a little fishy on the skillet. I'ma cook it, I'ma chuck it, I'ma skin it. I'ma eat it, I'ma finish, I'm a rider. Till the day I die, cause I'm office, a conqueror. Extraterrestrial, I'm a fucking Martian. I'm just getting started. Fire started the on the roads that I march with. I march in the black Cadillac in the chopper. Hanging out the window with a bottle in my hand. I'm a stepping up a black rubber band. We in the hood shopping, ain't nothing changed. So instead I roll and bang. My homies stay bars, throwing up fingers, sipping on some. We don't like strangers, dug in my blood from the very first day. Certified VA official, don't play. Go the other way, don't come around here. Bitch sleeping on me, lick holes in your head. We in the hood shopping, ain't nothing changed. Soldiers that I roll and bang.
My blood will keep pumping. And if it doesn't, I'll just sit down. But just that's what happens. Your legs just relax. Just sit down. Oh, they purposely leave the brakes. Yeah, I know. Fuck. Can I just get this twisted, please? So I get twisted, please. Look first before I touch. No, for fuck's sakes, you fucking pussy. Oh, he's not gonna leave me, so you just rasp on me. Yeah, I'm going out straight there. If my single price is over, the reason I look before I touch my leg, that's how I find them little cherry fucking tomato red balls. You go to swipe them off first.
No feds, no chases, no lead, no cases, no blood, no faces, no dead, no traces. You don't want to try me, no patience, no patience. Get into the eyes, see you ready to die. See you man's gonna end up find holes in the hide, but I find a way to end the life. I don't play so when the night breaks the skin. You can pray your fucking day, but it ain't no way you'll make it in. Take away your way to free family and what's left for unknown assailants. Lace in the slut step, I ain't a suspect. I ain't only live on no face. They don't know why you exist. I got my nine in this
Yep, eyes still not closed. You keep freeze framing it and one by one trying to see. Nope. You're at 15 frames per second. You won't catch me with my eyes closed. I didn't touch the fucking mouse. Yeah, all night you can play it times to play you can do it. I don't give a fuck. An 8-year-old African kid. Can you let the clock roll, please? The timer, because that's how I know it's not actually recording. An 8-year-old African kid. 4 seconds fucking delay on this shit. An 8-year-old African kid can hack Google without knowing English, so nothing you do to this box that I got from you. Nothing to do with this boxing I got. Indigenous people are trying to buy houses. They're mad at the Chinese are. Well, because once the three of us, we all agree that the blacks and Indians did. Don't play the game of the government.
4.8% on the heels.
Oh, wow, you look
TSX was up 133.16 down to 501. The price of
oil
closed at its highest in 5 months. It was up 49 cents to $42.19 per barrel. Price for gold recorded another record high close. It added more than $30 to 2,052 US dollars. The ounce gold's gone absolutely straight up as of late. And the Canadian dollar is appreciating. It's up to
status bar alone, stupid cunt.
At the Business Center, I'm Richard Sutter.
Get hooked on Bolts Plus. Bolts Plus is your fastener specialist, plus so much more. Check out their massive showroom filled with an extensive inventory of industrial and safety supplies, such as abrasives, adhesives, and lubricants.
If you like to be in the gang, if you like to join that unit, if you like to donate what to you, if you like to get what things from you. Mr. Agent, you're not an officer, so that's our function for the office. Subcontract is a contract with a corporation. It hasn't been following the rules laid out by jurisdiction in which it's incorporated. Eventually, that's your corporation keeps trying to go to the feds. That's what you're doing. That you wanna put out a limo, I'll be on it. Shining like stars, they know who we are. They know who I am, motherfucker from the train set. You know who I am, motherfucker, get it right. I'll be so high, I'm on push. Never need to worry, cause I get it by the bush. I get it by the pound, you get it by the team. You be running around the town, I just say I made a bang. You wanna go fled, I go farther than the rest of us. That's what people saying, I'm the best and all the best of us.
As Montreal Canadiens pick up a big game-3 win over the Penguins. $15 will only have life insurance policy sales around. Samsung rolls out a price tag on its new Galaxy phone. That's $1,200. There's that 20 cents.
City News 911 LY.
We're going to close it on the westbound 401. So MTO saying that they were supposed to be closing the transfer west to Burnley from express to collectors. However, MTO everyone is in that transfer leaving the express, so I think they meant they will be closing the express lanes down and then approaching the warning from collectors to express that transfer.
Yeah, he had to interpret.
Also being closed. So I got to interpret it. Where you're supposed to get the collectors all the way through to the 404 tonight. But yeah, we have a collision in this transfer now, so it's only a couple lanes wide, and we have at least one lane blocked. So once if fire does show up and they do that thing where they park diagonally and block a couple lanes, that's going to effectively close the whole highway down. So we'll just wait and see. So we have delays on the westbound 401 from approaching the McAllen now in the express as you're approaching that transfer because of this collision. We do have tows on the scene. Hopefully they can just get this cleaned up. Eastbound 401, 7-kilometer backup approaching the construction at Guelph line down to a single lane. East of Kipling to east of the 400, the express lanes are closed and it's busy getting into the collectors. East 401, Kiel to Allen, both in express and collectors. We have construction work. It's very heavy in the collectors. Pretty minor delays if you're in the express. Westbound 401 at Broad Street, only the right lane's open. We also have delays, West 401 approaching Avenue to the Allen in the express because of construction, and approaching the 427 to south of the airport in the express. That's your delay. That's because the express lanes are closed south of the airport to west of here, Ontario. Next report at 11:11, and with forecast, here's Michelle Nelson.
It's going to be a comfortable night for temperatures near 20 degrees, clear skies with a low near 12 overnight. Pretty chilly. We'll have some breezy winds in the northwest, but those will grab a sweater or a light jacket if you want to stay up late. Your overnight low is 12.
You are clearly again because of the latency of your connection. Every time I lean over here, you're assuming what I'm doing. Yeah, start and stop. Trying to make my clock go away again. Wow, I'm amazed. You're a script giver. That's right, you're a prescription drug pussy.
The CEO of Paramount Fine Foods is from Dave Root. He said he was devastated to hear about the deadly blast at level 4 of the Lebanese capital.
I was working on my I said, for example, employees there, we have several Paramounts in London. And, and then the meeting is what are we doing with the
He said he's working with the federal government and various agencies to come up with the best way to get the victims of the blast the aid they need. Meantime, investigators have begun searching through the wreckage for clues to the cause of the massive explosion. I'm Flo Martino.
Police continue their investigation of the recent midday shooting near the city's commercial districts of the Yopon
Massive explosion. I'm Flo Martino.
Police continue their investigation of the recent midday shooting near the city's commercial districts of the Yopon
Really impressive. When I get started till this fucking thing stops, just the same as every fucking night. There's realized, because you don't believe, you're the third guy this week to do
The information that we received earlier was that there was multiple gunshots heard in the area.
What did you just do to the music? Again, acting like I did it.
From multiple gunshot wounds. She was rushed to hospital with serious injuries, but is expected to survive.
Twice in a row. Twice in a row.
And a black knife was last seen in the area. And police say it's too early to determine if the shooter was random or
And then there was the victim of a residential shooting earlier this week has now died in the hospital. The Wednesday, a 25-year-old man was shot around 9:30 Monday night at a home on Huntington Ridge Drive near Mavis. He's since been identified as Abdi Salah of Mississauga. No suspect information has been released in our time. To speak with anyone with information on the
He's killed a dozen of my fucking kids. Yeah, never reached you. And they're trying to do this black magic shit on me forever. Ton, the firstborn. No, I'm not. Mark the Dark Knight Saunders won't admit I have an older brother because he's the reason he's so angry at me.
My brother's mother wouldn't dump my father for Mark the Dark Knight Saunders. What happened to the new man that started in the movie? And it still wasn't me. It's still playing the Bobby Boy track. Fuck how classic it is.
Man, I'm about to put y'all with some new shit. Get the fuck away from the
That's interesting. Why is it interesting? I didn't press it twice. I just said I did. I pressed it 3 times. Should have one more. Yeah. Well, he's fair, except you keep proving to me. You send us letters in the mail telling us you're going to go seek fucking warrants and shit. The phone company tells us in the middle of our conversation, hey, don't talk like that. Yeah, you send us recordings of our phone calls to our cell phones. 20 years ago. You think people are paranoid?
Make you wanna fall about a limo, I'll be on it. You all up in the fire, shining like stars. They know who we are. They know who I am, motherfucker.
Don't keep that job and fuck around like that. And all of your signature and time in the they give you an objective. Like deduce your objective from there. It's called the fingerprints. I've got numbers from you guys fired. I've gotten thousands of ceases uploaded. Because they didn't tell you. They have no authority to do anything. And everybody they send to bother me is a child molester who got caught and blackmailed. These are the only people dumb enough to go after the indigenous gang member. You have some fucking white fucking child molesters. You seen anybody selling drugs? I'll cut your throat right in front of that guy. I'm joking, there's no problem.
Sitting on the drive, they just wanna hate. They spot on the spot. Haters is snitches to get popped on my block. Everybody acting like ain't got reactions like hustle on the block. I call it a transaction. You don't fuck with flatline like come on baby, pass on that. Game ain't over, this is still fashion.
So started with this fucking attack of the child molesters. That's how this all started. So you can get upside against us. You're literally a lying listener. Oh, child molester. Every time you spit at me and all that other shit. Well, all the parents know. So when they see that shit go down, that's why they won't let you hear their kids talk to you. They see if you're openly racist, it's okay. No one's ever going to do nothing for it. I'm watching the young boys take pictures and videos.
Try to check me and do some dirty block.
If they think somehow they're going to get me in trouble with the police or people in the literally talking and fucking time I changed
get back from me, so sick with the accuracy. Step the fuck away, don't do average shit, ain't no match to me. Ain't no fucking with a boss like me, man. So how you fuckers looking at me like me, man?
Yo, I'm more black than I am white. Hey, really? Because you know what? I'll kill you right now for being white out there. No, then this is a nigger here. This fucking government operative. they help real niggas move work. You ain't real niggas. You're 24 years old rocking a bandana. I never said you could wear it around. Hey, take attention to the bugs. I do. You won't walk up telling me to prove that. You niggas won't fucking talk shit, but you won't come up and tell them after me. That's interesting.
I know who's in the house. Now, brother, put you up with some new shit. Flip that shit. They got turned like the blue bone in the house. They got Dirty by Nation in the house. The wild ass Onyx niggas in the house. And it's about to be a bad thing. I wanna pick up on a beat down. Heating up the motherfucking streets now.
Oh, of course, they log it up on this one. I know you will. But the only reference on that track that matters is the carnivores with the yellow teeth.
In the express to collector transfer, where the left lane's blocked in this transfer, you only have a couple lanes getting by. It looks like they've just cleared the way now, so that's really good news. That didn't take long at all to clear it. However, west of Brimley, you're forced into the collectors because they shut down the express from west of Brimley, going through the 404. Westbound 401 approaching Avenue to Allen in the express, we have construction, and it's still a slow go. Approaching the 400, the transfer to the collectors is closed. So if you want to get by this delay in the express and get onto the 400 transfer into the collectors approaching Avenue.
Sex, money, get mad is what I fantasize. Sex, money, get mad is what I fantasize. Sex, money, get mad is what I fantasize. Sex, money, get mad is what I fantasize.
Many promises and promises, no family ties. Beating court cases surround me like a gang of flies. I seen the gun to keep it moving, only fantasize. About my equilibrium, I need to answer why. I need these banknotes in millions and pauses for my many men to lay up in the B and see this D up in between my thighs. I fantasize about these angry guys. Killer fams, they never knew I wanna murder guys. You an accident murderer, you wanna earn your pies. Coming up off niggas looting all these hammers fly. I came up off the noodles, the hustle game was crucial. You govern, then they shoot you, understand my whys. I could still be on my hammer shit. No, but the MC in me, burning like this cannabis. I'm paramount on Atlas. Peep the flash you with the Sorrento. It's the only thing that's switching up. The game chill like menthol. Yo, who are you is kinfolk? I've been broken, came up and lost that and still cope. You niggas joking, still broke. Bring my niggas in and out. I'm about to hit the books, I'm the accountant. Tunnel vision, rook versus all them crooks, I am surrounded. Pretty like the pound get. My bike barking louder than these gang events. Ain't none of you ain't been a threat. I'll show you how this 30 get. That's my age guard, it's been the next planet for the president. These pussies on the internet, so flashing on what game they rep. I never knew about Snoopy and Connect. I was the first female Tyranno rappers rap. You twisted cause I cut the dress. The principle of older heads. You surely broke this bread though. When I was talking about my kinfolk, them years ended zero. There's deuces on the decade. You jump on so still fade. I'm coming through the fuck it up like Luke Cage. I'm wavy like a loose braid. I'm still on point. Come on, playing in the loose cage.
Money get mad is what I fantasize. Sex, money get mad is what I fantasize. Sex, money get mad is what I fantasize. Sex, money get mad is what I fantasize. still getting caught running the messenger round. Set shots and money for money. You coming friendly, I'm fucking gully. You still living, then you was lucky. You was hoping fit to try your best. In this fight, we fight to the death. Bitches lost your sight and your breath. Taking your senses for granted. Became a patent memory lament. And you and your homie gon' be sharing your casket. We carried a ratchet and said that you were burying your package. It's very relaxing. The way we taking care of the packets get carried in plastic and dumped from an aerial vantage. My moms used to say I'm always taking advantage. Nah, it's really I ain't taking the fat shit. Like these the kind of people make reports and they flag shit. And I'ma work float like a stay in a damn ship. So I defend this bitch, I be strapped like Stan Smith. Boy, that ain't no reference. I love the glitzy 1911, my preference. Get you fired from your job with a severance. I kill the biggest bear like the Revenant. Don't wear your fur bits so everybody shares it. Fuck around with Charlie, bro, I'm getting on some murder shit. Big gun, and you know I'm gonna defend the turf with it. You bubble like a stripper on the floor when I'm working it. Shake up your vehicle like it's turbulence. My A-Rap keep explosives where it's turbulence. You feel the cold, I'll turn the heat on it, courteous. My treaty niggas put the poison in your curry dish. Mr. Obia, mix the pot, burn your heads in okra. Boy, I'll get you soaked up. Tie them up and roped up. Chain look like gold dust. Who's the one who know us? Vest on and still get your throat cut. Sets money, get mad at what I fantasize. Sets money, get mad at what I fantasize. Sets money. Get mad at what I fantasize. Sex, money, and murder is what I fantasize.
It again 7 months later when a local taxpayer took the Supreme Court is the last legal option for Janice. U.S. President Donald Trump is again criticizing Nevada's latest mail-in ballot rule. The president suing to try and stop Nevada expanding its mail-in ballot. He insists that would invite massive voter fraud. No verification. He's got to go. In the local concept. So the court say he's got to go, and the local police let him stay anyway. That's what the problem is. The public was very upset.
Playing games, we got no time, right? Till I sack so high, right? For all the niggas who are close by, if you ain't told them, please stay on the north side. Big gun, eagle eye, that'll get your soul right, right? That's the motto we live by, right, right? Yo, all of your close by. These niggas act sick, like my niggas won't air you. I don't kill you from anything in your hair, so I dare you. If it's me, you want to harm G. Try to make your heart stop, I'm out in the heartbeat. Always on my feet, cause niggas snake for the right price. When these streets, I keep it close like a light. When I let it go, they taking off like a race. Niggas always rap. Why you think this mask on my face? Why you think I'm on this block making?
Russia has repeatedly denied these claims from the U.S. Here with All News Radio 680 News, it's 11:20. One person is in hospital with serious injuries after a multi-vehicle crash in Parkdale. It happened around 5:30 this evening in the King and Jameson area. 3 vehicles were involved in the crash. Toronto police say a man is now in custody for impaired driving. And York Regional Police say they have recovered a body believed to be the man who was swept into a Richmond Hill pond yesterday afternoon. The 30-year-old Richmond Hill man had been in a storm tunnel system in the Major Mac and Bayview area around 5:30, and police say when water levels rose quickly due to the rain, the tunnel flooded and the current swept the man out into a nearby pond. The victim's friend was rescued by police yesterday afternoon.
680 News Time 11:21.
Time for traffic and weather together on the ones. Here's Craig here.
I love the videos. Oh, this is horrible. This thing is going down to the people already. I'm going to try it too. When the video shows some
there are quite a few
divers going, every diver that tries to go through here dies. I'm going to do it now, and I'm going to have video.
I
love those videos.
Late into the evening, into the early morning, all this construction, especially after rain events last night, they just go hard. Eastbound 401 approaching Guelph Line, only the right lane's open. That's still a 7-kilometer backup. So if you're on the eastbound 401 and you need to approach Guelph Line, just don't do it. Put it off. East 401, east of Kipling, to east of the 400, the express lanes are closed. Still slow getting into the collectors, taking forever. Eastbound 401 construction in both the express and collectors between Kiel and the Allen. So it's slower in the collectors. The express is starting to get back up to speed. So if you can be in the express, do that. Transfer east of the 400 back into the express. Eastbound 401 at Brock Street, we have construction and it's starting to slow. Westbound 401, only the right lane's open at Brock Street. It's very slow through here. They've shut down the west of Brimley, the express lanes. So west of Brimley to the 404, the express lanes are closed. So everyone needs to transfer into the collectors. And that's causing a slowdown there. West 401 approaching Avenue to the Allen. If you're riding in the express, good news, things are back up to speed. Westbound 401 approaching the 400, the transfer into the collectors is closed. Just watch out for that. Spotting delays on the northbound 404. We have construction at Steeles. It looks like they're in the midst of putting some more cones down. You only have the left lane open as you go through Steeles, so it's a slow drive. The summer savings sale is on at Leon's for a limited time. Shop the hottest deals throughout the showroom on furniture, mattresses, appliances, and more. Shop in-store or online, leons.ca for details. Next report at 11:31 with the forecast. Here's Michelle Nelson.
Well, after a few days of stormy weather, we are now in a more stable air mass. Today really marks the beginning of a dry stretch that will last until Sunday. Mainly clear tonight, some breezy winds out of the northwest. Those will ease after midnight. Temperatures hover near 20 degrees. We're looking at an overnight low of 12. Waking up to sunshine tomorrow, 16 degrees early to start us off, so a little bit on the cool side, but we will warm up for the afternoon. You're looking at a daytime high of 25, sun and cloud through the afternoon hours, and then we'll see the heat and humidity really build back in for the weekend. By Monday, it will feel closer to 37 again. Your overnight low is 12 degrees.
37.
Right now in downtown Toronto, few clouds, 18 degrees, and temperatures in airport, similar conditions at 17.
Coming up at 11:30, the latest on Ottawa's decision to send over $5 million in initial humanitarian assistance just a day after a massive explosion in Beirut. The death toll in the Lebanese capital sitting at 135. Meantime, a 25-year-old man who was shot in Mississauga earlier this week has now died in hospital. He's the 7th homicide victim in Peel this year. We'll have the details for you straight ahead.
680 News Time 11:24.
I say 135 because that sounds like you have a phone.
Breaking news when it happens. 116 News. Every day in Canada, 3,000 mortgages renew. Important announcement. If your mortgage renews in the next 90 days, contact butlermortgage.ca. 1.68% 5-year fixed rate at renewal. No gimmicks, no fees. It's the same mortgage as your bank. If you qualify, you save thousands. 1.68% 5-year fixed mortgage rate at butlermortgage.ca. License number 1211. High ratio fixed rate APR 1.68%. You're listening
to 680 News.
Time is running out for any Toronto restaurants that want to set up extra patio space without the use of usual red tape from City Hall. Registration for the Cafe TO program closes next Tuesday. More than 600 restaurants have signed up for the Quick Start program so far, covering 328 curb lanes and about 8,000 meters of roadway. The temporary patios are currently scheduled to close for the season in mid-November. The city says since Stage 3, fewer restaurants have been applying for Cafe TO because
it snows in mid-October here. Right? Like, you're fucking kidding me.
Yes, look, Maple Leaf Sports and
We're going to go through November. Let's go rush the and just do it all winter.
Sports teams
I want to be sitting drinking my Alberta vodka.
Stage will allow fans to watch the Leafs and Raptors on big screen in a parking lot at Ontario Place during the postseason. A concert series is also being held as well for music fans with shows by Walk Off the Earth and Sam Roberts Band.
Oh, fuck.
I will be there. Coming up in 60 seconds, we'll check in with Richard Southern at the Business Center.
What's Sam Rose?
This is 680 News.
Hold on, Norm, are you buying your safety wear and work boots from the same? Maudit gars.
Are you buying your motor oil and your hash oil and your newspapers and your rolling papers from the same place?
On fait en sorte de changer le monde parce que je crains que ce dont on parle ne dépende pas vraiment de la politique.
La politique, c'est un des endroits de changement. Pour moi, c'est disons, l'avant-garde, c'est un des derniers, enfin, il y a des changements culturels qui ont été opérés. Puis maintenant, c'est le temps de les transformer en lois, en programmes, etc., pour les renforcer ou pour verrouiller des victoires ou pour... Mais il y a un rôle aussi qui est pour moi artistique, disons, ou culturel, ou en tout cas du point de vue de la communication.
48 hours to check
à faire en sorte que
bags,
l'espace que nous habitons, on se bat pour faire qu'il soit le meilleur possible. C'est-à-dire qu'on...
Oui, mais c'est difficile parce que ça individualise la responsabilité.
Loin s'en faut, moi j'ai envie d'être solidaire en disant je n'ai pas que des bénéfices qui me sont offerts quand je suis citoyen, j'ai aussi des responsabilités. C'est pas juste d'aller voter aux 4 ans.
Non, mais les gens ont une impuissance face à cette injonction-là. C'est à chacun de faire sa part. Puis là, tu dis, oui, mais la planète part en couille, les horreurs continuent, j'ouvre le journal, qu'est-ce que je peux faire? Puis ça, je pense, c'est profondément déprimant. On peut y aller individuellement, dans une certaine mesure, mais quand tu regardes juste du point de vue de l'environnement, 70% des gaz à effet de serre, c'est l'effet de grosses industries, c'est l'effet d'énormes entités. Donc, c'est pas est-ce que tu recycles, est-ce que tu fais ton compost, ça n'a pas rapport.
D'accord.
Et ça, c'est appelé à monter aussi ce pourcentage-là. Donc, si on est pour retrouver la puissance du collectif, des grands mouvements eux seuls, pour moi, peuvent être plus puissants que ceux qui, en ce moment,
Note will start at $1,400 Canadian. The top version of the note will cost 2,000 Canadian dollars. Wow. You know, these have become standard prices for top-selling phones in recent years.
They actually sell it. I didn't know that.
Apple got to offer some less expensive models alongside these pricier.
There it is, and nobody buys it.
Markets investors were dialing into stocks today. We have the TSX closing up 133 points at 16,501. The market's down just 1.4% on the year. The Dow rocketed up 372 points to 27,201. S&P 500 within a stone's throw of its all-time high as it added 0.6%. And book it as the Nasdaq's 31st record high close of the year as it picks up 57 points. The price of oil, $42.19 the barrel. That's a 5-month high. Gold at a record $2,052, and the loonie at 75.28 cents US at the Business Center. I'm Richard Sutter.
You're at the Business Center. You're not here.
Owners across Canada what they thought of their new 2020 F-150.
It's pre-recorded overnight.
This is beautiful on the road. Plenty of power.
Thanks, Ford, for making a vehicle that I absolutely love.
You said it. Now get it with Ford employee pricing. You pay what we pay.
Je nous dis quelles sont ces 3 meilleures chansons.
J'y répondrai.
It's time for the champion rats to defend the gold.
My choices for ventilation. Window open, the air's coming through other people's apartments and shit. At least there'll be lots of air from outside. Shut the window, and I get the air from the hallway still, but it won't be moving fast enough to dilute that dead body. So I'm sure there's a dead body in that. Somebody's got to fucking check the wheel for you. If you'll try to pick on this guy, but he is such a diplomat. So I told them, you know what they told me? They have 48 hours to check. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to do inspections tomorrow. Wow. That's great. So somehow you're not going to give a notice to do an inspection, but you'll magically do that, but you can't call the fucking city. Jesus. I'm not calling. It's not my fucking problem. It's not my fault. It is my problem. I get to sit here with the smell. No, I'm tired of cleaning up things because, oh, you recognize the smell of the body, so you'll take care of it. No, you motherfuckers smell it. Either complain about it, but then act like it's something else and find out what it is and Yeah, but I don't have to get involved with that educational lesson. My leg is full of holes. God damn. And my blood is like freaking peanut butter. Maybe that's why this happened.
Different ways, nipping to these heads of shots, pushing back your way. Your mom catching braids when white niggas sit in that.
Together on the ones, here's Craig here.
All right, so some good news on the eastbound 401. We still have construction approaching offline. Only the right lane's open,
That's
but
a
now
Toronto,
instead
that's
of a
Canadian.
7-kilometer backup, it's 6 kilometers. We're getting there. East of Kipling, east of the 400, the express
It was 6
lanes are
kilometers.
closed.
What?
Still a slight delay getting into the collectors at the split. There's only
Was
2
that
lanes
your
open through
sense of
there.
humor?
It's been a pretty heavy night tonight, so it's still busy
This
getting
is
through
nothing,
there.
bro.
Also, where you're going to find it, an absolute
Don't even
nightmare.
lie. Oh, he's trying to make all
From
you regular
approaching
people feel
Dufferin to
good.
the Allen, if you're in the collectors. Express is moving well, but there is construction in both the express and collectors. Farther along, eastbound 401, you're not going to find any construction until east of the 412. That's where the delays begin, right through to Brock Street. We also have construction on the westbound 401, west of Dixon to Brock Street. You're down to a single lane through this zone here as well. Take a look at the northbound 404. That was another stretch where you were down to a single lane plus the HOV in between Finch and Steeles. Doesn't look like it's bothering people too much longer or too badly right now any longer. It is a little slow, but much better than what it was before. Southbound 400 as you go through the construction at King Road as well. Just less than ideal speeds, but nothing to worry about. Your next report's at 11:41 with the forecast. Here's Michelle Nelson.
Mostly clear skies tonight, some breezy northwesterly winds. We'll see temperatures hover near 20 degrees and then dropping down to a cool low of 12 through the overnight. No active weather in sight. We're really getting into this dry stretch, and that's going to continue for tomorrow. Your overnight low is 12.
And right now in downtown Toronto, a few clouds, 13 degrees. 680 News Time, 11:33.
The death toll is rising in Beirut as the blast that leveled parts of the Lebanese capital. This as the search for survivors continues today. The latest numbers now showing at least 135 people are dead and around 5,000 others injured.
The Canadian government providing an initial $5 million in humanitarian assistance. 680's Phil Martino tells us Lebanese Canadians also want to do their part to help the victims.
Mohamed Faki, the CEO of Paramount Fine Foods, is from Beirut. He says he still has family there and employees working for him in the Lebanese capital.
A lot of people are saying, Mohammed, why haven't you just done the fundraising? Why haven't you just done this, that?
It says I have $19.
Faki says he's working with Canadian Lebanese leaders, various
We
agencies,
thought you left,
and the
so for your
federal government
security,
to
you
come
locked
up with
it
the
up.
best way
Perfect,
to
thank
get aid to Beirut. Meantime, investigators have begun searching through the wreckage for clues to the cause of the massive explosion. Officials from the port of Beirut have been put under house arrest as part of the investigation. I'm Phil Martino.
680 News Time, 11:34. A young woman is in hospital after gunshots rang out in the city's fashion district in broad daylight. 680 Sasha Robb has the latest from police.
Constable Alex Lee says police received multiple calls for a shooting on Augusta Avenue near Queen and Spadina at around 2:15 p.m.
There was multiple gunshots heard in the area. Officers arrived on scene and unfortunately located an adult female suffering from
unfortunately located.
That victim, a 26-year-old woman, was rushed to
Not
hospital
only is it
with
split
serious
into it was
injuries.
horrible.
Constable Lee says the suspect is a man in his mid-20s wearing a black hoodie and a surgical mask, and it's too early to determine if the victim was targeted.
Because it was a brazen daylight shooting, they are going to take all actions necessary to make sure that they.
Because it was a dude dressed as a woman and somehow they still got smashed. Yeah. And you know who the fuck it was.
680 News Time.
Sure. The cops always, there's a thing called a
in
tell.
Mississauga on Monday has now become Peel Region's
Cops are always giving
homicide of the
tells.
year. Emergency crews found a 25-year-old victim
That's why
suffering from
people don't
life-threatening gunshot
inform,
wounds
even
in
if they are the
the
type to want to do something, they know that the way the cops act,
around
even though,
9:30 Monday night, they were taken to
they're going to say you
hospital
have
where
to
we
get
now learned
killed
that they died from
somehow.
their injuries.
Help the
They've been
police.
identified as 25-year-old Abdifata Salah of Mississauga. Police have yet to release any information about suspects. Investigators asking
People that
anyone
shot
who may have
brazen
had
daylight
dash cam
shootings
footage in
have
the
been
area or who has any information to give them a call.
Pretty much all men.
This is 680
Nighttime
News.
shootings, excuse me,
Torontonians'
it's
actions
nighttime.
over the long
I
weekend
don't
have
see it
played
that
an
way,
important role in the steady case numbers the city has been seeing as of late due to COVID-19. 680's Madison Fitzpatrick has more from Toronto's top doctor of health. Medical officer Dr. said residents of Toronto look to be doing their part to keep each other safe. This after we're seeing low case numbers following Toronto's first weekend of stage 3. But she says the pandemic is far from over.
We will continue to live with COVID-19 for some time, and we need to keep doing our best to prevent this virus from spreading throughout our city.
While Toronto's numbers are holding steady, she says this doesn't mean the city won't see an uptick in COVID-19 cases.
These increases can take up to 14 days to develop symptoms after being exposed to the virus, and then testing needs to be done. This is why it is critical that we keep monitoring our numbers closely over the next few weeks to see how our reopening is impacting virus spread.
But Devilla also noted there is certainly more energy and more life in the city of Toronto. I'm Madison Fitzpatrick.
If you're dining out, the city's new rules require that you provide contact information for contact tracing. The former Privacy Commissioner Anna Kabukian says the system is fraught with problems. TV's Danny from City News reports.
Since the start of July, the Old Spaghetti Factory has been keeping close track of guests. Under the city's new rules, restaurants have to maintain the records for at least a month. But there is no information on how to properly dispose of it. One of the province's leading privacy experts says there are valid reasons to be concerned.
This thing is fraught with problems. I don't think they've given it the thought that it requires. Denying these restaurant owners, but they're not in the business of securing data.
I'm going to manually type in EN because I'm smart.
Enough time to stay in business.
Not smart enough to fucking do this at how?
The Old Spaghetti
How
Factory
the fuck am I supposed to navigate
to a
this in
shredder.
French?
For the most
What
part,
you
they say
fucking
customers
idiots
have
do.
complied with the new rules. Still, though, experts
I
say
can read
should
enough
be
to know I
more
don't know what it's
situation,
saying.
and the matter should be dealt with in
And
a
once I read in English,
privacy-protected
switch
way.
back and go,
Pointing to the
oh.
COVID Alert app as a solution that would
Send money.
anonymously alert people in close
Why
contact with
choose
COVID-positive
Because
patients.
Wu
For City
is
News,
where
I'm
Wu
TV's
are.
Danny.
680 News Time, 11:38. The federal government says it's planning to secure doses of the COVID-19 vaccine if and when it becomes available. This as the province reports another day of fewer than 100 new cases of the virus. The province is also reporting a drop in the number of people being treated for the virus in hospital. 680's
Mobile wallet. It's
There's no
I can send it
vaccine for
straight to a mobile
COVID-19
wallet.
yet, but with several companies around the world working on it,
gonna help
Federal
these people
Procurement
that
Minister
blow
Anita
up
Anand says they've inked deals with 2 major pharma companies for getting close.
These agreements with Moderna and Pfizer are indicative of our aggressive approach to secure access to vaccine candidates now, so that Canadians are at the front of the line when a vaccine becomes available.
And I won't say how much this is costing because they're still negotiating with other manufacturers, but did say safety is paramount.
All of the vaccines
And all
are
this
going
has to do with
require
really
approval.
why are they doing
Obviously,
it's sort
Health
of
Canada
companies that are
regulatory
doing this
approval is
know if
central
they can hire
here.
the people or
The
not, know if they can
contracts
pay the phone
reflect
bills and what
the
this is
requirement for Health
So
Canada
they'll know if they
approval.
should
This
commit
comes as Ontario
to these
continues to flatten the
vaccines being
curve with
mass produced.
89 new cases of
Because they're
COVID-19
just a
today.
chemical
That's the 3rd day in a row
factory
with
like any
fewer
other.
than 100
There's
cases.
millions of
I'm Owen
those.
Qureshi.
Make a lot of money.
680 News Time, 11:39. For the first time ever, Facebook has deleted a post by U.S. President Donald Trump. And now Twitter has stepped up to do the same. According to Facebook, the video violated policy against spreading misinformation about COVID-19, including false claims that a group of people is immune to the virus. The same video has also been posted to Twitter and remains live on the president's campaign feed, despite a long history of being flagged on the site. According to the Washington Post, a spokesperson said that feed will be unable to tweet unless that video gets deleted. In the past, Facebook has opted to label posts from Trump with a warning instead of deleting them.
Local news, weather, and traffic as it happens.
680 News. Now time for the 680 News gas price update. Emperor predicts the price of gas will rise 1 cent at midnight to $1.09 cents a liter at most GTA stations.
Together next.
680 News Time, 11:40.
It's not 102 fucking other
Things to do than be stuck in traffic.
Listen for up-to-date traffic reports only on 680 News.
Hey, it's Tonka Osmac from Sportsnet. You never appreciate something.
This is how you know if people are stupider than you and they think you're stupid. First of all, you put the blah, 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 the Western Union app, all that shit on the store here. We know that already. Then, how does it work? Where you want to say. 2, how you want to pay. 3, who is receiving the money? You know, okay. What can I click to see where? Do you have where? How? What are your options for how? Who? No. I could send money. That was the exact same thing again. You guys are retarded.
This report is brought to you by CIBC.
Find a location.
Eastbound 401 approaching Guelph line. Only the right lanes open. 6-kilometer backup through this construction stretch. East of Kipling to east of the 400, the express lanes have been closed. So still a slight delay getting into the collectors. So everybody gets forced into the which are just 2 lanes at the split getting into the collectors. Eastbound 401, east of Kiel to the Allen in the collectors is our delay. This is for construction down to a single lane approaching the Allen in the collectors. It's slow. Brock Street, east of the 412 through to Brock Street, we have construction, and that's the delay there. Westbound 401 at Brock Street again, only the right lane's open. It's slow. West of Brimley to the 404, the express lanes have been closed. So at this transfer, it's a little slow getting into the collectors as the express are shut down. Approaching the 400, the transfer into the collectors is blocked off as well on the westbound 401. Heading northbound on the 404 at Steeles.
Just tell me, can I send money Lebanon, stupid?
Things aren't too bad going northbound
yeah,
on the 404 here. Just heads up the ramp to Steeles. That's also blocked off. The construction actually begins north of Shepherd, but it stretches for quite a while, and it was slow in between Steeles and Finch, but it's not terrible at the moment. Is buying a home even possible these days? Let CIBC Mortgage Advisors show you how remotely from start to finish, plus ask their mortgage advisors about getting up to $3,000 cash back. Your next report is at 11:51 with the forecast.
I'm sending online.
Michelle Nelson.
Obviously can't receive online.
GTA, a little bit on the cool side. Below seasonal really is. We dropped to a low near 12. Seasonal lows this time of year should be around 17. So grab a light jacket or sweater if you are heading out for a late walk or maybe to hit up the patio. You are going to need it. Breezy winds out of the northwest, but those will ease after midnight. Really gorgeous summer conditions for tomorrow. We have a very high UV index, so lots of sunshine. Your high will be 25. We'll see a few clouds for the afternoon. Your overnight low is 12 degrees.
Pick up in store. Find locations, pay the money transfer. So oddly enough,
680 News Time, 11:43.
I have to pay. Pick up in store to send money.
Big transit projects here in Toronto. The province has put together a short list of 3 teams each for tackling work on the Scarborough subway extension and the Eglinton Crosstown West extension. Transportation Minister Caroline Mulrooney said the team is made up of both Canadian and international bidders. The contracts will be awarded in mid-2021.
Never.
680 News Time, 11:43.
105.87. You're approved, and you're approved, and you're approved for first, second, or third equity-only home mortgages despite your income. Credit, even if in power of sale. Simply apply in just 3 minutes anytime at savers.ca. That's S-A-V, like Victor, E-R-S.ca.
Google, damn right.
416-493-1983 or apply anytime at savers.ca.
Hi, Tom Rokiki here of Inline Fiberglass Windows.
Trying to tell me that Canadian fiberglass is somehow immune to the winter, and what the fuck is going on? Man? Everything is fucked up. Seriously? Google doesn't exist, really? What the fuck? Yeah, I know this phone's fucked. It's got all sorts of weird shit trying to install itself that I can't get rid of. Once it starts to, you can't get rid of it. It's weird. I mean, I know there's a way to fucking wipe the phone totally, but I'm trying to find out if there's a goddamn Western Union in Lebanon. Because there is. I know you guys fucking hate everything I fucking say. I don't care. It's 3:45 in the morning. 6:45 Lebanon time, no? So we try this a 4th or 5th or 8th time till it works, because if I can't make it work, nobody else that sees me do this is going to bother. You can't make it work. How the fuck are we? So we're gonna.
Fuck it is, nigga.
You're not listening to music.
Grinding, that's the motto we live by for timing. Playing games, we got no time grind.
That's how good my
Till
sports
I stack so high, right? For all the niggas who are close by, if you ain't bout to please stay on the Lord's side. Big gun, eagle eye, that'll get your show fried. Grind. That's the motto we live by.
It looks like you're wearing women's
Tell
underwear.
all of your
Underwear
folks
on your
now.
face.
These
You
niggas
know
act
that.
sick like my niggas won't air you or talk tough till you see me creeping in your rear view. So I dare you, if it's me
Well,
you wanna
it's
harm
Lebanese,
G, just make
Western
your heart
Union.
stop a
Because
out
that
in the
might not give
heartbeat.
you the right
Always on my
answer.
feet, cause
Western
niggas sneak
Union
for
over
the
here,
right
oh
price.
my
So in these
Lebanese,
dark streets I keep it
Lebanese,
close like a
Lebanese.
nightlight. When I let it go, they taking off like a race. Niggas always rap. Why you think this mask on my face? Why you think I'm on this block making cash different ways? Nipping through these heads with shots, pushing back your waves. Your mom catching graves when my niggas sit and laugh. But this is straight face when I stick in for the stash. Yo, cause John knows I got some stacks at my base. But I'm still robbing
Money
niggas like I'm
transfer
flat
service
on
in
my
Toronto,
face. Still
Ontario.
shooting shots, no shoes, get them laced. Do the same dirty, get away with no trace. Grinding, that's the motto we live by for timing. Playing games, we got no time to grind. Till I stack so high, right? For all the niggas who
With
are
no ads yet. You guys are fucking useful. Does Lebanon have Western Union? Thank you.
That's the motto we live by.
1500 West. No,
All of your
that's
close
not what it
ties.
says.
Yo, I'll ride out for the close ones. Crunch time, do time for the close ones. When it comes down in the long run,
There are several
niggas
convenient
broke on the man
options.
with the long gun.
So I'm gonna read this one left to right, but it might not be correct because there's stars and shit. It says, does Lebanon have Western Union? Your family and friends can pick up the money in minutes, star, at any of our more than 1,500 Western Union agent locations, capital A on agent, 3 asterisks, is across Lebanon. It's convenient, with an apostrophe, so maybe they're on top of things. 1,500. So you're looking at North America here. Thank you. To know that. Some places would have put a space, some would have put a period. Thank you. Can I send money to Lebanon through Western Union? There are several convenient options for sending money to Lebanon with Western Union. Yeah, I've got multifocal laser vision, so every so often I do something stupid like that. Credit or debit card, or yeah, the worst is when I got my hoodie on and I do this, I can't see you anymore. I'm realizing blind, so it's too late. Credit or debit card. What do you mean credit or debit card? Debit card. How the fuck do you send money with .com? God damn, I'm in Canada, stupid. I go to the Lebanese Western Union in Toronto, or I go to the U.S. and send money via Western Union to Lebanon. You guys are really not on top of shit. Debit card, right? Or online from your bank account. I'm going to check that first if I wanted to check that first. Maybe I already did check that first. Via our app. Or by visiting an agent location. Okay, so you can transfer, but you're not telling me how they're going to receive it. So you can transfer money on the go from the comfort of your own home. OMT. OMT Lebanon. Is Western Union same as OMT? It's probably an agent location, right? With OMT, I can't see Western Union having a shitload of standalone locations, but definitely some agent locations. All those import, export places we send via Western. I'm going to like a dressmaker shop up here and ship a barrel of something to Jamaica and send $500 to South Africa. And you would never, I would never have to go downtown or show ID or. With OMT, I don't want to I don't want to transfer money abroad to more than 200 countries. This is in Libya. in 3 easy steps without the need to have a bank account. Oh, that's good because I don't have a Lebanese bank account. I want to send money to Canada to say thank you for all that initial humanitarian aid. For more information about the steps and why would Western Union block someone? For the same reason Google does. Block. FTC.gov. Money transfers to Lebanon from Germany to Lebanon for a cash book pickup in minutes. Numeral 2, I think it's typed, I think I finished it. At a Western Union agent location, cash pickup. This is a cash pickup. We paid cash for it. It is blue. Western Union price list. That's the OMT. I don't know what that is. New reduced process. I think about process. Process. Jesus Christ. PROCES. It's probably PRICES. Where's the O and the I? Yeah. No, but this tells me it's real people, right? For international money transfer to U.S. Union. No, if a typo is randomized so a computer won't notice it, that's different. This is your damn finger slipped. Where's the S in relation to the 2? Real close. Not next to each other, but real close. Transfer money in and from Lebanon. June 10th, 2020. I'll read this first. This is a fact check thing. Let me read about 10 seconds. New DDoS protection by a stupid company. Something or other ID. Something or other. That looks fake. Please turn JavaScript on and reload the page. I think we are going to be able. If I had the Western Union app, I could. So it's another app. I'll never use it. I could set it for my bank account in Canada. I don't even need a bank account app. I'll just go to the bank website. Probably can set it up so that later I just call from a payphone and press 1 and pay this bill, same amount as last time. Some bullshit like that, right? Oh my god, this is horrible. Alright, so there might be 1,500 locations for Western Union in Thing. And I don't know if Thing blocks Thing from sending money, but since I don't know for sure and I can't load the page, well, buddy said he can't send more than $100 out of his bank account. Take $100. You can't. Let me start. Yeah, a lot of you understood anyway. You can't send more than $100. Not you can, but they can't withdraw more than $100 from their bank account. I don't know what that means exactly. So yeah, there's no point sending the money just yet till we figure that out. Split. You wonder why I'm not going through all those websites I can only with. Yeah, no oxygen. No, not from this. My blood is not transferring oxygen as quickly as I need it. I know because all my blood cells are underneath my skin exploding. There, here, here, although that might be my hair as well. I don't know what the link is. And here, and here, here. And something's up with this on here. Oh, yeah, my hair is setting off shit too. And my finger is magically healed to the point where it looks like a laser sealed it up. Oh. Stop hoarding all the Viola Desmond 10s. Stop hoarding them. I know there's still a shitload more at the bank. I know there is. Because people like me are very thorough. Because you're releasing $10 banknotes that are 2 years old with no creases in them. Yeah. Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna tell all my grandkids it's the Queen of Canada. I'm gonna send all those to Easy Come Joke. I'm sending that to Congo with a letter written in French so that when it goes through customs, they won't realize I'm pulling off. I'm gonna tell them that's the Queen of Canada. And this is your passport to Canada. You can come anytime you want. Signed, Justin Trudeau. You don't know the fucking difference. The Justin Trudeau $10 scam. Those are not cotton, and they don't even have just the little holograms. There's chunks of aluminum and shit that set out.
That's the motto we live by for timing. Playing games, we got no time.
You can take a photo of the money. If you try to photocopy it, it won't
for all
come
the
out.
niggas who are close by, if you ain't out, please stay on the Lord's side. Big gun, eagle eye, that'll get your soul fried. Grind. That's the motto we live by. Right. Tell all of your foes.
I tell these niggas act sick like my niggas won't air you or talk tough till you see me pick.
Oh, never fuck with the lone wolf.
Been in your rear view, so I dare you. If it's me you wanna harm, G, tries to make your heart stop. I'm out in the heartbeat. Always on my feet, cause niggas sneak for the right price. So in these dark streets, I keep it close like a nightlight. When I let it go, they take it off like a race. Niggas always rap. Why you think this mask on my face? Why you think I'm on this block making cash different ways? Nipping to these heads with shots, pushing back your waves. Your mom catching grades when my niggas sit and laugh. But it's a straight face when I stick 'em for the stash. Yo, cause John knows I got some stacks at my base. But I'm still robbing niggas like I'm flat on my face. Still shooting shots, no shoes, get them laced. Do the same dirty, get away with no trace.
Grinding, that's the motto we live by for timing. Playing games, we got no time. Grind till our stacks so high. Right. For all the niggas who are close by, if you ain't out, please stay on the Lord's side. Big gun, eagle eye, that'll get your soul fried. Grind. That's the motto we live by. Right. Tell all of your foes die. Yo, I'll ride out for.
I'll just leave that off for a minute. It's just fucked up time, man. Your airplane is too low. You need to go up, up, up like an arrow. Up. Your airplane. I don't know semaphores. Or if that's not semaphores, then. No, yes it is. Okay, hold on. Semaphores is the fact. The guy on that, he doesn't. It's a relative of semaphores.
The close ones, crunch time, do time for the close ones. When it comes down in the long run, you niggas broke, I'm the man with the long gun. You're fucking with the wrong one. If my niggas broke, I'm a great friend. I'ma get you smoked out like a dope head. Nigga, old dude from this chrome lead. You owe me, pay me, or I flip things. Anything I find is mine, and I'm a jet. Certain niggas shouldn't chip, better off with a check. Certain niggas shouldn't grip, freeze when they see fence. Freeze when they see coolies. But it's nothing like the movie. Bunch of young youths with nothing but a tool. But we still on our fucking. And the streets done cuff me. I'm counting money, got me feeling so lucky. Still feeling cursed cause I sleep with a duppy. You niggas on sweet and me on my munchies. I mean on my grungy. So come try slug me. I love guns, and my gun love me. Strap on my side like a white girl. I'll hug you. Clean shit, nice shit, no kid cardi. Rubber band money, stacked by the 50s. Come try track me. I brought the strap with me.
Turn upside down, and it's still a 916. It's just American. It's upside down. So I flipped it to, I put the numbers on the bottom. I want it upside down, so I rotate it. 9661. So in the year 9661, this one is still alive. What is it doing? It's the version 2 operating system 2.
I'ma get that spinach. I be spinning.
What did you do with this crown?
Yeah, I bet.
You had this crown for 20 fucking years. Where'd it go?
I'ma get that spinach.
Did you sell it for scraps because of your crackhead habits?
They don't like it. Yeah, I bet. See the pain in their heart and their chest. I love the rain when it falls, yeah, I'm blessed. Of the fame and the cars and the jets. I had them thinking I was God to the psych ward. I never left to live the life you would die for. Hell out, oh, I can't save her, I'm no lifeguard. Maybe you can get the deed, but I might charge. Pull up to the spot, they're like, who is that there? Hands up, give me the loot like a cashier. What you thought, are you dumb? I don't play shit. I killed you and your brother with the same clip. Kind of bullshit you been talking, boy, is ancient. I'm a different man now, leave you faceless. Fucking said it, I'ma get that spinach. I be sinning, I'm winning.
You knew it was going to do that right there.
Yeah, I bet.
He knows it's home.
See the pain in their heart and their chest. Fucking said it, I'ma get that spinach. I be sinning, I'm winning. They don't like it. Yeah,
Captain Planet, all these niggas down here can't fucking stand it. Can you please help us put our jewelry together?
Just the rental had to drop it off at Enterprise. Shell cases in the whip, had to check it twice. I think my just for that shit, they get good advice. Yeah, this about to be a genocide. Motherfuckers want me dead, but I can never die. See the reason why your wife said she met a guy. 2 minutes in a push it just to get his side. Yeah. We are not the same kind. You gotta pay dues. I already paid twice. Y'all don't make moves. All you do is waste time. I'm always deep. Oh, why you here to stay? I said it, I'ma get that spinach. I be sitting, I'm winning. They don't like it. Yeah, I bet. See the pain in their heart and their chest. I said it, I'ma get that spinach. I be sitting, I'm winning. They don't like it. Yeah.
Maybe even going into the pool, a low of 15. Your high for today, 25 degrees.
The death toll is rising in the Beirut blast that leveled part of the Lebanese capital. This as the search for survivors continues. The latest numbers show at least 135 people dead and about 5,000 injured. Tens of thousands more homeless. The Canadian government now stepping in, providing an initial $5 million in humanitarian assistance. Phil Martino reports Lebanese Canadians also want to do their part to help the victims.
Mohamed Faki, the CEO of Paramount Fine Foods, is from Beirut. He says he still has family there and employees working for him in the Lebanese capital.
A lot of people are saying, Mohamed, why haven't you started fundraising? Why haven't you started this, that?
Because this guy started the fundraising for those other things.
Faki says he's working with Canadian Lebanese leaders, various agencies, and the federal government to come up with the best way to get aid to Beirut. Meantime, investigators have begun searching through the wreckage for clues to the cause of the massive explosion. Officials from the port of Beirut have been put under house arrest as part of the investigation. I'm Phil Martino.
It's believed the damage caused by the explosion could be anywhere from $10 to $15 billion. Lebanon now suddenly in need of desperate international help. Charlie Lee reports the country was already dealing with several problems before this tragedy.
Hospitals are not equipped
to accept this much patients, COVID patients, and now it's even worse because they cannot accommodate all the wounded people.
Ahmad Araji is an Ottawa resident and originally from Lebanon. His cousin's family, living in downtown Beirut, was caught in the explosion. He says the family is now recovering, but underlined the dire situation facing the Levantine nation.
People who have never been, were never on the streets, are on the streets right now.
Araji's Lebanese Club of Ottawa has started a fundraiser with proceeds going directly to the Lebanese Red Cross and hospitals in Beirut. He says he's been blown away by the support offered so far.
After I saw that amount of love and support from Canadians, Canadians and non-Lebanese people, I feel very proud and I feel very honored and I feel very privileged.
Israel Security Intelligence Service. You want to shut fucking around now? Not the whole world's watching? Not a black people
living. A founding father of sorts in the Lebanese community in Montreal is among the victims. Nazar Najarian moved back to the country to get involved in politics.
I'm a criminal.
Alicia Bertucci reports Montrealers have been left reeling.
He's an example to follow in terms of true patriotism, devotion, loyalty.
Quebec is home to over 30% of Canada's Lebanese population, most living in Montreal.
I came to Canada about 8 years ago, and I think what happened yesterday
what was with the English?
Got everyone so paralyzed to the point where it's like it's never ending. The trauma is never ending.
Everyone knows someone who got injured I have a friend who lost his eye.
Quebec MNA Ruba Ghazal, who's born in Beirut, wants the province to quickly offer humanitarian aid to Lebanon, while others are pushing for more.
I called upon the Canadian government to send disaster relief troops there to really help on the ground. Prayers and thoughts on Facebook would do nothing.
In Montreal, Alicia Rubertucci, City News.
The federal government has announced agreements with 2 companies for millions of doses of a potential COVID-19 vaccine. Eric Natividad joins us with when they could become available and why Canadian researchers are calling for investment here at home.
I am pleased to announce that the Government of Canada has entered into agreements with Pfizer and Moderna to secure millions of doses of their vaccine candidates. We are extremely pleased to be among the first countries to establish these agreements.
The Feds have secured deals with 2 major pharmaceutical companies to ensure Canadians have access to a potential COVID-19 vaccine. If they get approved for wide-scale use, both Pfizer and Moderna's vaccine candidates would still need approval from Canada.
Once that has occurred, we are expecting deliveries, if all goes well, in 2021.
Minister Anand would not say exactly how much Canada is spending or exactly how many doses they have secured. She says they're still in negotiations with other firms, and so that information will be kept confidential for now. In Toronto, Eric Natividad, City News.
So this piece of paper here,
COVID-19 is deadliest for those over 55 years old, and one Canadian expert claims the vaccines being developed now to prevent the virus aren't being configured for this age group.
According to Byron Bridle, Associate Professor of Viral Immunology at the University of Guelph, most vaccines universally aren't specifically designed to work well for the elderly. When it comes to vaccines for COVID-19
not targeted to anybody
animals selected for earlier trials resemble humans in their teenage years or early 20s.
And you'll notice in these clinical trials, they're initially being tested in people who are under 55 years of age. And what happens then is when they're tested in the older individuals, if they don't work well, it's too late to do anything about it.
And that's the case for the current vaccines in development. Bridle says 2 different vaccination strategies may be needed to actually be effective. Having a vaccine developed specifically for the group of people hit hardest by this
virus. Ask the doctor about that. They'll fucking drop you as a patient if you don't immediately accept the injection.
That's Christine Clark reporting from Ottawa. Bridle adds any new vaccines developed specifically for the elderly wouldn't be ready until the next coronavirus outbreak. You're listening to All News Radio. Too risky to be in a school and homeschooling ahead. Some are looking to hire a tutor to teach a small cohort instead. Jackie Perez is in Calgary speaking with one parent deciding if this is the best option come the fall.
If all these people can say, oh, well, I said no, my doctor didn't
my son not having a successful learning.
You got yourself kicked out of your own drug hustle that nobody else can take.
We just struggled every day to get.
The government can't take it from me. They need you to make the shit.
Residents to send him back to the classroom, saying it's too risky. She's reached out to other parents in the area to see if they'd be interested in forming a learning pod for their kids to stay at home.
I wanted to have the opportunity of my son having interaction with classmates and with a teacher that knows how to teach things, without having him to have the huge risk of going to a building with hundreds of other kids and hundreds of other risk factors that get involved there.
Castro still needs to do more research on the cost and how effective learning pods will be, but it's something she's heavily considering.
I know from all these crackheads misunderstand what I tell them.
Toronto has created new rules requiring residents to provide contact information
I could get a virus from their spit,
leading to questions about privacy.
When they finally figured that out, they kept trying to collect the spit from
Commissioner Anne Kavukian, who says the system is
virus
fraught with problems.
Under the city's new rules, restaurants have to maintain the records for at least a month, but there is no information on how to properly dispose of it. One of the province's leading privacy experts says there are valid reasons to be concerned.
This thing is fraught with problems. I don't think they've given it the thought that it requires. This is nothing against restaurant owners, but they're not in the business of securing data. Really? This is what we're expecting of our restaurant owners who haven't had enough time.
Oh, we're going to do it for you. That's how we do it here. I know you stick my finger into the food. That's how we do it.
Access to a shredder. For the most part, they say customers have complied with the new rules. Still, though, experts say it shouldn't be an either-or situation, and the matter should be dealt with in a privacy-protected way, pointing to the COVID Alert app as a solution that would anonymously alert people in close contact with COVID-positive patients.
So all I have to do is get the name and phone number.
It's 10 minutes past the hour. This is All News Radio.
416.
It's a great time of year to take on those projects you've been thinking about. You see your neighbors doing landscaping, repainting, trimming the trees. Capital Direct can get you started and finish your project with a home equity loan. Could you use $30,000, $40,000, or even $400,000? With rates near historic lows, there's never been a better time to try Capital Direct.
You 100% it, though. If you go not,
bank account within days. Call Capital Direct today.
He still didn't catch it. If you wrote down the 3 zeros in a row, he didn't catch it.
There's a new online grocery
946
delivery service.
7000.
It's
There we
Voila
go.
by Sobeys.
416 946 7000.
Juicy
My
peaches.
phone number is
Voila.
416
Packed safely by
946
robots,
7000.
delivered by teammates. From a warehouse, not a store.
Give your real name.
It's
You know what
actually
happened?
ordered.
Give
No
me the shout outs.
letdowns. To your door in 1 hour delivery windows.
Voila.
Try it
If you all
online
do
at
it, that's how it's going to
voila.ca.
play out. But you won't, because there's no
It's
gangster to
reliable.
your
It's
hustle.
Voila by
If
Sobeys.
everybody says,
Your
okay,
groceries
we'll leave a
delivered
name and a phone
just
number.
like
Real
that.
name,
See
phone
website
number.
for details.
Unique of some sort of nickname, phone number. The radio station would have no choice but to start shouting it out. They have no choice. This is the only information they're going to get from the contact tracing.
Center. I'm Craig Gear. This report brought to you by
We got
Evolve
12
Business
fucking people,
Advisory.
20, 30, 100 people, all go with the exact same phone number.
For maintenance.
We're
Approaching
going
the
to call it the third
427
time.
in the
It's the same
express down
guys.
to a single lane.
Yeah.
East of Kipling,
I
the
got
east of the
bad news
400,
for
the
you,
express
bro.
lanes are closed. As you approach the Allen in the collectors, you're down to
Oh,
a
they
single
took that
lane.
one
We
off
have
the air,
construction
didn't
at Brock Street as well. Westbound 401 at Brock
Oh,
Street down to a single lane. West of Brimley to the 404, express lanes are shut down. And approaching the 400, the transfer to the collectors is closed. Is business tough right now? Evolve Business Advisory can help change, transform, and grow your business in the new normal. To learn more, visit changetransformgrow.com. Next report in less than 10 minutes. Here's the forecast.
A daytime high of 25 degrees on your Thursday, mainly sunny conditions, so you'll certainly want to be outdoors until 15. Friday, it gets a little bit warmer, a daytime high of 26, feeling like 30 with the Humidex. Sunny conditions for the whole day and a low 14. Your high for today, 25 degrees.
All News Radio is working for you, trying to get answers to any questions you might have about COVID-19. Bill Shot Berman's in Toronto, speaking to the Associate Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Vanita Dubé.
If you have the common cold, will you test positive for COVID-19, or can the test differentiate between different strains of coronaviruses?
The COVID-19 test that we do routinely in assessment centers looks for specific genes related to this particular virus, SARS-CoV-2. It does not look for all of the other coronaviruses or all of the other viruses that are out there. The one that you get done is very specific to the COVID-19 virus. If you get the test done and it's positive, it means that it's positive for the SARS-CoV-2, the COVID-19 virus.
In this week's Ask Me Anything session, Dr. Vanita Dubé addressed several concerns about sending kids back to school and safety while dining indoors at restaurants. For the full chat, you can go to our website, 680news.com. Michelle Berman, 680 News.
It's 13 minutes past the hour on All News Radio.
The big story. I'm your host, Jordan Heath Rawlings. Context has never been more important than now. Listen at thebigstorypodcast.ca or wherever you get your podcasts.
Want to know how to earn PC Optimum points faster? Obviously you do. Well, luckily, there's an obvious way to do it. At Esso and mobile stations. Members who earn points on fuel, in addition to groceries and health and beauty, earn points faster than those who didn't. Because the more places you can earn, the more points you get. Makes sense. Obviously, Esso and Mobile are exclusive partners of the PC Optimum program. Restrictions apply. Visit PCOptimum.ca for full program terms and conditions.
Now, more than ever, we'd like to thank all the people who continue to support our neighborhood shops and businesses along Yonge Street in Richmond Hill during Rapid Way construction. The way we do business may have changed in recent times, but not our commitment to helping you. If you haven't connected with us lately, we can help you find just what you're looking for. Connect, shop, and dine on Yonge Street in Richmond Hill. Visit vivanext.com.
This is All News Radio. I'm Jared Launchbury. Here's what's making news right now. The Trudeau government is sending an initial $5 million in humanitarian assistance to Beirut following Tuesday's devastating explosion that leveled its port. The death toll now at least 135, some 5,000 injuries. Tens of thousands left homeless. The search for missing continues. One of the people killed, a mainstay in the Lebanese community in Montreal, Nazar Najarian, moved back to Lebanon and was heavily involved in politics there. Now the officials swear the fort, where some 270 tons of ammonium nitrate detonated, are under house arrest.
750.
I'm Tom Ross from Sportsnet. Leading off in the NHL, a couple of Canadian teams on the ice for a solid evening of action in the playoffs. The Edmonton Oilers taking on Chicago in the late game. Back and forth for the first couple of periods as they sit tied 2-2.
And I didn't say every part of the number because I'm correcting them. 2,700 rounds down to 2,500. It does in Canada. It doesn't matter. Psychologically, that's what they're going to do. 2,750 rounds to 28 or 3,000. That's right. They're always minimizing. 270 tons. Oh, so 100 people didn't die. 10 people died. That's what he just said. Fucking idiots. They're reading off a screen. They still fuck it up. You notice that number you've been reading all day was wrong that time? No. I read what's on the screen. Good. You're the opposite of data entry. You're the same as data entry. Entering it audibly, and you're fucking it up. These are the same idiots that take transcripts for court, obviously, because they got me supposedly agreeing to all sorts of things I never agreed to. Those things on my record aren't things I agreed to. They're not things that the judge ordered, so... They said they got a lifetime ban on weapons. Where the fuck did that come from? Yeah, wouldn't I have to get convicted of something or something? Anybody gonna say, oh, you did? No, I didn't. Nope. Fucking pussies. I can't even see the cut. It's 416. No, that's 417. Like seriously, I'm gonna reach for it and go click and watch it pop up now. Whoa, wow, you body hole piece of shit. The whole thing froze up exactly and it fucking popped up. I'm not even joking. Watch it.